this right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your ism, right? Play this shit right here and resuscitate your pimpin' and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, this that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Hoe fed magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all, not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike, you out. Oh, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashing for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earned route and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scar bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Pop pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Okay. What's up with y'all, man? Appreciate y'all tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. Y'all already know what to do, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, man. Okay. Let's see. All right. All right. Actually, let me see. Move this a little bit. Bam. Okay. Yeah, man, wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, man. And y'all already know my first order of business. I got to hydrate my game one time. Yeah. Do this first. Yeah, we gonna chop some good game. Per usual today. It's a lot going on in California, man. And you know, it's a lot of unfortunate things that a lot of these things can be avoided if people just are inclined to apply game. So we gonna separate game from lame today, as we always do on this channel. And you know, some people might get offended. That bullshit. God damn. Okay, y'all already know. If it gets to spinning on you or the video freeze up on you, all you got to do is just close out and come back in. You know, at this point, I'm not sure if it's my Wi-Fi or if it's the app that I'm using to live stream from. I'm not sure at this point, man, because, you know, like yesterday when I was on the laptop, you know, doing different things on the internet, the internet was lagging, and obviously at that time this app that I'm live streaming from wasn't open. So, you know, I don't know, man. I kind of think it might be a combination of the both, man. You know, things trying to come against this game, the app and the damn Cox internet. You dig? But nevertheless, cheers to the game. Somebody said the sound is off. I don't see how that is. My sound should be good. Or the sound is going in and out. Man, that's crazy. God damn. Right. Technical difficulties to P, man. That shit crazy. All the shit that be coming against this pimping, man. Let me make sure. Hold on. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay, does say the sound is cool now. Sharif said the Wi-Fi need an upgrade like the P. Yeah, the P is upgraded, but the Wi-Fi ain't. What's happening? Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's that okay, I just did one thing that might fix the situation a little bit, but let's get into this these current events in California. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, it's a lot going on, man. You know, god damn. See, now the internet acting crazy. Hmm. You know what? I'm curious. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a second. I'm gonna try something different. Give me just a second. Try something different. Damn towel stuck to my ass and shit. Boy, Freeze, stay having blue channel. Now I have T-Mobile Wi-Fi. I use this for when I be traveling. Like if I like say for instance I get an Airbnb and it don't have Wi-Fi, or the Wi-Fi is bad, or if I'm staying at a hotel and the Wi-Fi ain't up to par, you know, I take this with me. This done came in handy a few times. But yeah, we gonna see if this thing work better than Cox right now. I'm just waiting for it to load up, man. Y'all give me a second. I think it is loaded up. Let me see. I'm gonna test it on the phone here. See if it's up to par, man. Reed say I got T-Mobile too. Brandon say, Freeze, you got a bigger shirt today? Laugh out loud. Much love from Memphis. Now I'm gonna be real with you, man. This shirt the same size as the one where we had the elbow problem the other day, man. So I don't know. We gonna see if we make it cool today, man. Damn, what the fuck is wrong with my shit? Is crazy. Okay, so we gonna switch net. We look like we might got action with T-Mobile. Hold on. Okay, yeah, T-Mobile look like it might be cool. Might have to start using this damn thing when I go live. That shit crazy. You need that Umar Johnson Wi-Fi. He get that good Wi-Fi even in all those struggle motels he be in. But in order for me to get the Umar Wi-Fi, brothers and sisters, in order for me to get the Umar Wi-Fi, you know what I need first, brothers and sisters. You know what I need first, brothers and sisters. You know what I need first, brothers and sisters. Donations. 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 Turn to your neighbor and say, donations. Oh man, hey, it looked like damn, T-Mobile might be better, man. Hold on though. As my New York brethren would say, let me find out. Let me find out T-Mobile is better than Cox. At least where I am right now. I don't know. Let me find out. Okay, I think we good now, man. I think we good, man. Let me try the internet on here. Let me see. Let me see how the browser do with this T-Mobile thing. Hold on. Okay. Look like we might be all right with T-Mobile, man. I might have found part of the solution, or hopefully the whole solution to the whole problem, man. We might be cool. Oh, I see Jay Electronica got a song with Mos Def, a.k.a. Yasin Bey. I might have to check that out, man. You know, I love Jay Electronica, and I would talk shit about Jay Electronica, but the same complaint he get, I be getting, even though I'm not as well known as Jay Electronica. But, you know, Jay Electronica, he might be worse than Dr. Dre when it come to dropping music, man. You know, he dope as hell. But Jay Electronica, like he just dropped his song with Mos Def. The next song, like if you got kids that's in kindergarten right now, the next time Jay Electronica drop a song, your kids will be graduating from high school and starting their freshman year of college. Then the next song that Jay Electronica drop, they kids is gonna be in kindergarten. You know what I mean? But shout out to Jay Electronica though. You know, all 5 of his songs is fire. All 5 of the songs that he done dropped in his whole career, fire. But with no further ado, man, let's get into the goings on in California, man. Let's get into that. Okay, now we gonna talk about DC baby Draco first. Shout out to DC baby Draco. You know, he been doing his thing with the hood vlogs. I don't really know a whole lot about DC baby Draco. They say he's a controversial guy. I guess he be ruffling feathers a lot. I don't know why. Like I said, I don't really know a whole lot about him. I just know that he, you know, they say he's controversial. But let's get into this, man. Okay, now this video is via Political Street Views. Shout out to them. You know, they covered the DC baby Draco situation. Now, for those of y'all unaware, DC baby Draco is from Oakland, and he does hood vlogs. He most recently did a hood vlog in the Rolling 40s in South Central LA, you know, featuring 4 extras. And, you know, recently, I'm guessing within the past day or two, DC baby Draco was relieved of his camera equipment unwillingly, right? So, you know, it just trips me out, man. And you know, I don't for this event alone, I don't take nothing away from DC baby Draco. You know, I guess one of the things that makes him controversial is a lot of people under the impression that he portrays himself a certain way as far as like being, you know, tough or gangster or whatever. I don't know, because I seen something where somebody was saying he ain't like that or whatever. So, you know, when you self a certain type of way and then something like this happens, it's going to make you look kind of crazy, right? As opposed to somebody who doesn't portray themselves as a gangster or a street person and something like this happen, it ain't as bad of a look. It's a bad look either way, but, you know, the internet going to talk shit regardless. But, yeah, DC baby Draco, again, was relieved of his camera equipment the other day, a day or two ago. And when you see this right here, if you haven't seen this shit, man, this is, I don't know, maybe it won't blow your mind. If you a young person, if you like in your 20s or something, or a teenager, it might not blow your mind, because this is just, you know, the way of the world right now. But if you are older, if you like 30 and above, this is gonna blow your mind. But let's check it out.
I had to do it, folks. Hey, this nigga was talking all that shit, nigga, hella long ago, folks. What the
What's the word with the politicers, man? It's strict.
Now, hold on. Come on, man. Okay, now, this video right here, that's obviously DC Baby Draco's camera. Looks like a nice piece of equipment. And I'm guessing, you know, allegedly, this is the person behind this video, right? And y'all hear him in the beginning talking about I had to. This is just crazy to me, but let's continue.
Season. I ain't talking about crazy girls either. Nah, stripping of them possessions. DC Baby Draco like a teabag. For y'all that don't know, DC Baby Draco started off as a hood blogger up north. He went viral when Briss was on the law. I guess he got a lot of heat from that situation. They got on his helmet. Take the video down, bruh. Take it down. He ain't take it down. He got up out of there.
Okay, so back when Briss died, and rest in peace to Briss, man. Briss, that's one of the most disappointing situations in West Coast music history, man. But I'm guessing he made a video that offended some people back when Briss died. I guess he covered it in a way I didn't like. I don't know, but yeah, that explains a little bit of his controversy, DC Baby Draco's controversy. But let's go.
That I need this YouTube check. AdSense paid me this, not y'all, brother. I'm leaving. He started hitchhiking towards LA. Found his way to every and anybody's section you can think of. I'm talking in the heart of the trenches.
It's funny because I watched this hood vlog finally. I know it's been circulating. It keep popping up in my algorithm. But I finally watched it yesterday, right? When 4Extra's coming to the camera, it kind of looked like he was like he wasn't expecting that, and like almost like he didn't want to be, but he just rolled with it. You know what I mean? Because his homies was there, and you know he's on camera, so he just rolled with it. And a lot of people say that this hood vlog messed up his bag that he was trying to get for the first interview. I wouldn't say all that, because I mean, he's on here, but I believe 4Extra still could get paid quite a bit for his first interview, because he didn't really go into details about what happened. You know, people still want to hear the story from the horse's mouth. People still want to hear the story of what happened in that situation from 4Extra himself. You know, if he's inclined to talk about it, which you never know. He might not want to, you know, get into certain details, but he might want to revise it or however he want to do it, right? But me personally, I say all that to say I think it's still some money in his first interview. You know, I think whoever sits down with him and does an actual interview with him, that first interview is going to do numbers. But let's continue.
Him and that little camera. He seen how serious it got out there one time. He said, hell no, I'm finna bring me a strap. Next thing you know, he out there trooping like he wanted them. Got his pistol and the camera. I'm the driver and the shooter. He ain't really know what he was doing though. He got jammed up instantly. Boy.
And see, you know, this is something that, speaking of, you know, DC Baby Draco, you know, keeping the protection and the camera on him, right? A lot of people put this energy out there via the internet that as long as you got that thing on you, you gonna be good. And no, you know, and because of that attitude, a lot of people move in an unwise fashion because they got that thing on them. But there are so many people who have lost their lives that had that thing on them. A lot of them. I mean, a lot of people have lost their lives with that thing on them, right? We all know some people that lost their life, especially if you come from LA. We all know somebody that lost their lives, unfortunately, that had that thing on them, right? So if it's possible to lose your life with that thing on you, then that means that you need to protect yourself with more than just that thing. And this is why I always say that game is the best weapon that you could carry around with you. Game. Because game, even if you got that thing on you, if you carrying game with you at the same time, then game is going to help you navigate safely and smoothly throughout the world wherever you're going. Game is going to help you avoid situations. See, a lot of people think, oh, I got that thing on me so I could go over here. I got that thing on me so I could pump my gas right here. I got that thing on me so I could go in this liquor store right here. And, you know, that's just an unwise way, an unwise outlook to have when you moving around. Because guess what? If you got that thing and they got that thing, then that neutralizes that. And then if you're outnumbered and everybody got that thing, then, you know, that gives the other people the upper hand, right? And, you know, this is something that happens often. So, hey, man, if you're going to have that thing on you, it's understandable, but take the game with you. You know, take the game with you wherever you go, man. But let's see if we can skip forward a little bit. Oh, yeah, because they, okay, hold on.
Back home and it got ugly. He forgot all that shit he did up there, huh?
He is crazy, bro. I had to do it, folks. Hey, this nigga was talking all that shit hell long ago. Folks, what the fuck? I ain't gonna lie, that nigga said, bro, just get it. Bro, just get it. Hey, this nigga, hey, and I made that nigga open the fucking phone. Fuck you talking about, nigga? Yeah.
Boy, these people be so stupid, man. See, and you know, I know what it's like to be young and moving fast and you not really, you know, when you young, man, and you haven't been through certain situations, you kind of underestimate certain things, right? And I get that. Freedom is one of those, right? When you young, man, you underestimate the value of your freedom, estimate the value of your time because, you know, you so accustomed to having it all the time, right? But let's just break this down. And it gets worse than this. If you think this is the worst, this dude getting on camera saying what he did, hey, man, it gets worse. Trust me. You about to see. It gets much worse than this. This ain't nothing. It's something, but it ain't nothing compared to how worse it gets, how much worse it gets, right? But this young man is recording himself with stolen merchandise, the camera, and the phone. Then he's also saying on this video of himself that he's recording himself that he made the man open his phone. So you're on camera, your own camera, recording yourself, showing the stolen merchandise on the video and saying what you did to get it. Well, partially saying what you did, right? And then listen to what he's about to say.
Hey, that nigga's a clown. I hope this motherfucker, I ain't gonna lie, I hope this motherfucker worth a couple B's. Me and Funny finna split this little shit. This nigga crazy. Cornball ass nigga, for DC, for don't tell the police, for.
This man said, DC, don't tell the police. What's wrong with you, man? Let me see something, man. Hold on. Let me look up DC Baby Draco. Because, you know, DC Baby Draco's a well-known guy. Hold on. Okay. He got 5,000 followers on IG, 5,300. That ain't, I know his YouTube is bigger than that. Yeah, he got 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? So it's safe to say that DC Baby Draco is a fairly popular guy. Obviously, we talking about it, and we ain't the only people on the internet talking about it, right? So when you do something like this to a DC Baby Draco, somebody that's, you know, popular on the internet, it's gonna make its rounds. So for you to say, DC baby Draco, don't tell the police. He doesn't have to tell the police. You know why? Because you told the police yourself. You told the police yourself. And then, you know, it'll be somebody like him, right, who made a video of himself like this, that when other people post the shit, he gonna call everybody else the police. But sir, if anybody is the police, or if anybody is helping the police do their job, that would be you. That would be you. See, you didn't do this. See, you know, the outlook on crime is just totally different in today's times, man. See, back in the days, historically, not just recently back in the days, but throughout history, when people commit crimes, sometimes it's for their own safety or the safety of their community or their family or what have you. Oftentimes it's for money or power or both. But you know, whenever crimes were committed because people feared the consequences of those crimes, you know, with the government, people did their best to, you know, be low key with the crimes. People did their best to, you know, make as much space between them and being identified with the crime as possible, right? So, you know, we just in a different time now where people like to, you know, record themselves doing crimes. People like to get online and brag about the crimes that they've done. And, you know, it's just, man, like even when you go to jail or prison, it doesn't help the fact that in there you still have access to social media and the internet, so you can get even more clout when you locked up. So the fear of losing your freedom, the fear of being in a facility confined around a bunch of, you know, men with hard legs and testosterone and hairy bodies, funky as hell, you know, the fear of that, and no women around, no estrogen, no soft legs, you know, the fear of that is minimal, right? Especially again when, you know, you have access to the internet, you have devices, so, you know, you can get on OnlyFans and you can get on social media and talk to different women. You can, you know, fulfill whatever fantasies you got in your head, you know, via content online. So it's a trip to me, the times that we in, man, how, you know, these dudes, and then beyond that, you know, just losing your life, like risking your life by the things that you do on the internet, right? Yeah, it's just crazy, man. And rest in peace to the young brother who, I forget his name, man, but the young brother who recently lost his life in Chicago, man. It was live streaming on Facebook on the west side, man, on Madison, man. You know, he wasn't even, I don't even think he was like trying to, you know, be risky or anything like that. But, you know, that's just a sign that, you know, you got to be careful how you move, man, and got to be careful what you do on this internet and how you do it, man. But let's continue. Now, this is the crazy part that I was talking about. Like I said, if you thought it was crazy for him to get on camera, on his own camera, and talk about the shit, look at this. Hold on, I have to slow it down because it moved kind of fast. Let me slow this shit down a little bit. Hold on. Let's go back. Now look at this shit. This is crazy. Boy, I ain't never seen no shit like this. This is worse than Menace to Society, O-Dog passing the robbery tape around and him and Kane doing the liquor store robbery. This is like 1,000 times worse than that.
DC, for don't tell the police, for.
That's what niggas know. Yeah, niggas know that. That's what niggas know. Yeah, niggas know that. That's what niggas know. Yeah, niggas know that. That's what niggas know.
This is crazy. This is crazy, man. See, this is what people don't think about, right? And like I said, when you're young and you haven't been through certain situations, you don't think about certain things, right? But this is what people don't think about. People don't think about when you in that courtroom and they presenting all this evidence against you, right? And you facing decades, if not centuries, basically the rest of your or a big chunk of your life behind them walls, right? When these people telling you that you facing a life sentence and they're showing this type of evidence along with, all other kinds of evidence. DC Baby Draco, he don't even have to like get on those 6ix9ine gunner type shit. He don't even have to do that. You know what I mean? Not saying that he's that type of individual. I hope that he's not. But he don't even have to do that. You know why? Because these dudes did the police job for him. This is crazy. You just this shit is wild. Yeah, this shit is wild, man. So like, again, I'm pretty sure that, they could do something with that camera and maybe even the phone. iPhones is pretty much trash though. You steal an iPhone, is trash. Because once the person lock it up, ain't nothing you could do with that joint. So an iPhone is just a good, pretty souvenir once you steal it. Once you steal an iPhone, it's over with. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing you could do with it, right? So the iPhone is now officially trash unless you give it back to him, which I doubt you're going to do. The camera, you probably could get a few little dollars for it, but the money that you get for that camera is not going to cover your bail costs. The money that you get for that camera is not going to cover your lawyer fees. The money that you get for that camera ain't even like, and I'm pretty sure it's an expensive piece of equipment. It's probably worth some thousands of dollars, but it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you at all. And then, you're going to be begging your mama or your family or whoever. You're going to try to have the homies put together a GoFundMe that don't nobody care about, ain't nobody going to contribute to. It's just unwise. Right? And again, whoever this young man is and his homies, he got his homies in on it because, it's more than one person thing too. All these dudes be telling. So I'm pretty, if this young dude, the young dude who, with this bubble North Face on, I'm pretty sure if once he get caught, he gonna tell on the person recording, and he gonna tell on the person who DC Baby Draco handed the camera to or took the camera out of his hand, right? So it's at least 3 people involved in this. And the main dude, once he gets snatched up, he's telling on everybody, I guarantee you. You know what I mean? See, this clout shit is really a drug. It's really an addiction. Right? Because like people don't understand. These guys recorded this video of them doing this to DC Baby Draco, and then they posted it on social media, and then the dude made another video after the fact showing himself with the stolen merchandise, saying what he did. You're not in your right mind. You're not in your right mind because you're addicted to clout. It's a real addiction. Just like how when you see somebody strung out on fentanyl or crystal meth or crack or whatever, when you see people strung out on them drugs, you see them doing crazy shit. And you be like, damn, what's wrong with him? Oh, he on fentanyl. Oh, okay, I get it. Damn, what's wrong with? Oh, he on meth. Okay, I get. Damn, what's wrong with him? Oh, he on heroin. I get it. You understand, right? On that same token, it's the same thing with clout. So when you see people do shit like this, you know, you think to yourself like, damn, what's wrong with these people? Clout. You know, now all of us, we just in a time where everybody like clout. I'd be a liar if I sat here and said that I don't like clout. Only difference with me is I'm not going to break my neck for clout. You know what I mean? And clout can be monetized nowadays, right? But, you know, these type of people, they not even doing it to monetize themselves, right? I could see if it was a play. This ain't no damn play, though. But I could see if it was a play where, you know, them and DC Baby Draco came together to orchestrate this shit. But that ain't what happened. That ain't what happened because, you know, I just doubt that DC Baby Draco would, you know, orchestrate a play that would make him look like this. But, you know, it's an addiction. These people are addicted to clout, right? I don't know who these young dudes are. I don't know if they are popular on the internet already or not, but I'm guessing that, you know, they figured that this move on somebody like DC Baby Draco would get them clout, and they got it. They getting the desired effect right now. You know what I mean? It's definitely some clout associated with this young dude. I don't know who he is. I don't know his name or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people on the internet do. I'm pretty sure he's a lot more popular. It's probably done went up. But again, when you sitting in that courtroom and then people are telling you that you facing 10 years, 15 years, you know what I mean? Like more years than you've been alive. You know, dude look like a baby, man. I'm pretty sure he ain't no older than 20 years old. He might be. But basically when them people telling you that you facing more years than you've been alive in prison, and they're showing all of this type of stuff, it's crazy, man. You know? But let's continue. Hold on. Put it back on normal speed.
Niggas on? You got niggas on there?
It said, bro, just get it. Bro, just get it. Hey, this nigga, hey, and I made that nigga open up phone. Fuck about, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Hey, that nigga's a clown. I hope this go. I ain't gonna lie. I hope this motherfucker for a couple B's. Man, fun finna split this little. This nigga crazy. Corbo ass. DC, for don't tell the police, for.
They up on that man, breathe. Keep it here, brother. You talk about this what niggas on? This what niggas on?
Yeah, and it's crazy, man. You know, it trips me out, right? That's another thing that is unfortunate about the internet that I wish wasn't the case. And I've talked about this before, but you know, it trips me out how you got dudes from Northern Cali talking like, man, talking about phonem and all that type of shit. You don't even know what that shit mean. You don't even know why they say that or any of that type of shit. That's a Chicago slang, man. And, you know, the thing that the internet has done is it kind of like just, it's watered down culture. See, before social media was the way that it was, in order to understand culture, you had to go to Chicago. In order to understand San Francisco or Oakland culture, you had to go there. In order to understand Texas culture, you had to go there. Louisiana culture, you had to go there, right? You know, when certain people get popular from different regions, you know, and people get a hold to their slang, they just steal the shit. And now you got everybody all over the country saying jit when that's some Florida shit. It's just weird, man. It trips me out. But hold on. But yeah, it just goes on to show the hood vlog, so it ain't too much more to this video. But yeah, man, you know, DC baby Draco, it's crazy, right? Because I believe that took place in Oakland, where he's from. Probably not in his neighborhood, but in his city, right? I believe that's where that supposedly happened at, right? It's sad, man, but it seems like, you know, if you're going to do the hood vlog thing, you'll be safer doing it in other places than where you from. I don't know if that was him pulling up to do a hood vlog and they set him up. I don't know. Or if they just, you know, I mean, he had his camera with him, so I imagined that he was there to do some work. And it might not have been a setup. He might have really been there doing a hood vlog or about to do a hood vlog, and some dudes seen him and just decided to be on that. I don't know. But it's unfortunate, man, but it seems like you'll be safer doing that, you know, somewhere else other than where you from. I guess mainly because, you know, when you go to other places, like when he go to LA, he don't have no ties to the community, even though I think he's had little internet spats with different people from LA on the internet. I think I don't want to misquote anything, but I think he's had some online issues with different people from LA, right? But nothing serious. So, you know, when you go to LA to do hood vlogs, again, you still got to be careful no matter where you go. But it just seems like you're safer doing that, you know, going to places other than where you're from, because you don't have any personal issues, because you're not from there. You never lived there. You ain't got no ties to the community. You're not guilty by association to anybody because you're not from there. So you're not associated to anyone or anything. So, West Adams 5 says DC Baby Draco is from the Bay Area, and he has a lot of sketchy things surrounding his name. Okay, see, West Adams, man, see, I don't know that. You know, I don't really, like I said from the beginning, for those of y'all who came in late, I'm not really, I mean, I know who he is. I know he do the hood vlogs. I've been hearing his name on the internet for a few years now, but I don't really know a whole lot about DC Baby Draco. Right. You know, I don't really know a whole lot about him. I just know he, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he used to do kind of like, kind of like what, Political Street Views is doing on this video. I think he used to like react to things going on around California. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what he was doing at one point in time. I could be wrong. I might have him mixed up with somebody else, but I think he was doing that for a while. Then he started doing the hood vlogs. And, I mean, everybody rap nowadays. He probably rap too. I don't know. I ain't really familiar if he raps or not. But, like I said, I don't really know a whole lot about him. So, I don't really know. But, you know, best of blessings to him. And, you know, to the young people out there, we live in an interesting time, right? Where the internet has empowered everybody in so many ways. And that power can be used for a lot of harm, a lot of bad things. But if you're so inclined, the power that you have on the internet can be used for a lot of good things, right? And if you're young, you know, a lot of these dudes from the hood, and it ain't just the West Coast, it's all over America, people doing ignorant shit like this, right? Young people. A lot of you don't have felonies. A lot of you don't have kids, right? But if you a young black man or a young black woman, because you got females doing, reckless shit like this too on camera. But if you are a young person and you don't have any kids and you ain't got no felonies, you ain't never been in trouble, listen, before you think about committing a crime and going viral or, for the sake of that or whatever, hey, the internet is so beautiful. There are so many things. There's an endless amount of things that you can do on the internet for money and clout. Like if you're thinking about committing a crime for money, there's so much shit on the internet that you can do legally. That, I get it. The money is fast when you do certain things in the street or, do certain things on the other side of the law. But take it from somebody that's older, right? That fast money ain't always good money. Sometimes the slow and steady money is cool, right? Like, when you've been in the streets for a long time, like I just remember a point in time with myself, right? Especially when, the world changed a lot. Back in the days, if you had cash was, it was a phrase, cash is king, right? Cash ain't really king no more. Because you can have all the cash in the world, but it's still a lot of things that you can't do if you don't have your shit together. No, if you can have $1 million in cash, but if you can't account for it, it's not documented, and you can't prove how you got that $1 million. Let's just say you just walking down the street and just find $1 million. Like there's a lot of things that you can't do if you don't have your shit in order. Even with $1 million cash, right? So, the slow and steady money is cool, man. Like, there's so many benefits to it, right? And you miss out on a lot of things when you chasing money and you young, right? You miss out on a lot of time that you could spend with loved ones. It's pros and cons to everything. You're going to have your fun. If you out getting fast money, you could party, you could, buy nice things and do all that type of shit. You could shine, you could floss and flex and all that type of shit. All of that is cool. But when you get older and you start to value different things, you look back to them younger days and you say to yourself, at least some people do, all that was cool, man, but what if I would have did this or what if I would have did that on the legal side of things, man? My money probably would have been slower. It reminded me of my pops, right? When my pops told me a story of this dude from his neighborhood when he was young, right? Everybody used to clown him because, he was a plumber. And I'm trying to remember exactly how the story went. I can't remember exactly what car he got, but he stacked his bread up, man, because he was making, people, I guess back then, this is the 70s, you know what I mean? Like people didn't really understand how much money plumbers can make. But he was making a gang of money and he was just stacking his bread and he went and bought some nice ass car. I want to say it was a Jaguar or something. I can't remember. But, everybody was looking at him like, damn. And they wasn't clowning him no more. You know what I mean? They was probably in the streets doing their thing and, having faster money than him. But, another thing about that slow and steady money, you ain't got to watch your back. You ain't got to look over your shoulder. You ain't got to worry about the police kicking your dough in. You ain't got to worry about YNs kicking your dough in. When you young, you don't really, it don't seem like nothing because you're so accustomed to it. You become acclimated to, certain ways to move and just a certain way of life, right? You think that it's normal to be looking over your shoulder everywhere you go, where you from, what hood you represent, or, you think that it's normal to like avoid going to this store over here or this gas station just because of how you dress, because of where you from. You think that shit is normal. And then like if you doing certain things in the streets to get money, you know, you think that it's normal to take certain precautions, but when you either own a business or you work a 9 to 5, a lot of those worries go away. Or if you're a student going to school, a lot of them worries go away, man. When you're not in the streets, it's a whole different world where you don't have those same types of worries. Now, of course, no matter who you are, you got to be careful wherever you go. But there's just a lot of worries, a lot of grief, a lot of weight that is not on your shoulders, man, when you getting that slow and steady money. And I say all of that to say, you know, again, the internet has made it beautiful, man, for everybody who's inclined enough to figure out a way to get some legal money on the internet. It's millions of ways. Technology is only getting better and better. And what that is doing is, you know, affording people more and more opportunities and possibilities to get this money on the internet, man. You know, whether you're doing YouTube or music or, you know, starting a business, whatever it is, man, whatever you decide to do for yourself, you know, the internet amplifies the possibilities. You know, I was watching some shit. It's this dude. I forget dude's name, man, but he goes up to people in the gym and he'll say like, I'll give you $100 if you could, you know, beat me in whatever exercise you choose or whatever. Y'all, I'm sure some of y'all probably done seen him. But you know, dude is pretty big on YouTube. He might got 1 million followers, I don't know. But he did one of them types of videos in this pizza restaurant in New York. And, you know, when he was doing it, he went up to this dude in the restaurant, right? Dude was about to order some pizza. And he told dude, if you could do, I forget how many push-ups, but I think it was 20. He was like, if you could do 20 push-ups, I'll buy you whatever you want in this restaurant, right? So dude do the push-ups or whatever. But in the midst of the video, on the next to the register on the counter, the restaurant had a QR code for their YouTube channel, right? So dude was like, oh, you got a YouTube channel? And he showed the QR code. And by him doing that, now dude got a big ass channel, the restaurant, you know what I mean? And now they create content. So not only do they have their restaurant, but they create content and get money that way too. So that's just one example of how the internet can empower you in so many different ways, man. Like whatever it is that you do, again, whether you own a business, you know, a lot of chicks do nails and hair and all that type of shit. You might be a guy that's a barber. Whatever it is that you do, man, the internet makes it possible for you to just get money in so many different ways, man. You know, I know people who were in college going to school to, you know, get a degree in something. And then, shit, they end up on the internet and create a career for themselves. And it'll change the whole path of their life. You know what I mean? And they still got the degrees to do that career or whatever. But they making so much money on the internet, it's like, shit, ain't no need in doing that. Shit, that'll be me taking some steps back if I go do that. So, yeah, man, you know, crime don't pay, basically. It pays, but the pay ain't worth it. Crime pays, but the pay ain't worth it. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, man. You know, especially like this type of shit, recording yourself, you know, doing what this individual's recording themselves doing. Hey, it just ain't smart, man. But hold on. We gonna move on to the next story. Let me find it. Hold on. Your boy Frosty the Snowman. Boy. gotta find the right video because there's several people that covered it, but I'm trying to remember dude's name, man. Oh, here it go. Shit crazy, man. Okay, now. So, this channel here, Two Gangster for YouTube, shout out to them, you know, covered the story about Frosty the Snowman. So for those of y'all unaware, Frosty the Snowman, you know, rapper from Inglewood, California, sticky little situation right now, man. And it just ain't, it's a horrible look, man. And see, this is what people don't understand. Like I keep on saying, man, from the moment you go outside, you have to know that you are under surveillance. There are cameras over every inch of society. If you in, you know, civilized part of the world, anywhere, you know what I mean? From the moment you step outside, you are under surveillance. You know what I mean? If you don't live on a farm somewhere, you know, with your own cameras or something like that, if you live in a community where your neighbors is a stone's throw away, listen, you are under surveillance. When you go into a business, you for sure are under surveillance. If you go, you just got to think about that. A business that has merchandise for sale, especially in a place like Los Angeles. You know what I mean? See, at least back in the days, right? You know, people from places like California went out of town to do certain things, right? Because, you know, places weren't as fast as California. You know, technology that made everybody kind of at neutral speed, right? But back in the days, like for instance, right, just give you a little bit of outdated game, but it was up to date back in the day. You can't use this game now, right? But back in the days, you know, in LA, it's a street called Alvarado by a park called MacArthur Park. And we used to go over there to get the, you know, the fake IDs and shit, right? And they could give you an ID from whatever state you wanted. And, you know, this is like the late 90s, early 2000s, right? And back then, you know, especially after 9/11, right, which was in 2001. After 9/11, California made their IDs a little bit more high tech, right? And made it a little harder for people to counterfeit and make fake IDs from California, right? So a lot of people couldn't make fake IDs that were equivalent to the real California IDs, right? So because of that, you know, people from California got smart and figured out what states IDs could be duplicated that didn't have all the holograms and, you know, the shit with the black light and all of that. And Wisconsin was one of those states, right? We knew back in but it was several states, but Wisconsin was a popular one. I'm just saying that because that's the one that I remember was popular back then, right? But Wisconsin, their IDs wasn't really high tech back in the day. They was real simple. So you could go to Alvarado, downtown LA, and take a little passport picture and tell them, yeah, give them whatever information, whatever you want your name to be, you know, address, whatever, all the information that you want on the ID, and say, yeah, make it a Wisconsin ID, right? So that way, when you move around, even if you in California, you got a Wisconsin ID. People in California ain't hip to Wisconsin IDs, you know. So when you doing things under that, you know, fake ID, 9 times out of 10 you'd be good. It'd be hard to prove that that ID was fake, right? If it came from Wisconsin back then. I'm sure now 2025 is 25 years later. I'm sure Wisconsin, just like every other state, IDs is far more advanced than they was 25 years ago. So you can't do that now, right? But I'm just giving you an example of what we used to do. And then we would go to other places that were not as fast. That's just like in the 80s, right? When the dope game hit, you know, and California got oversaturated, what did everybody do? They went to the small towns. They went to Little Rock, Arkansas. They went to St. Louis. You know what I mean? They went to, you know, different little small towns in the South and shit like that because it was wide open. They wasn't ready for what was coming from California, right? So even fast forward to my times, you know, certain things that we was doing in the early 2000s, you know, it was a lot of places outside of the West Coast that wasn't hip to what we was doing. So it was open game. So we would go to, you know, smaller towns and shit and just have our way. You know what I mean? So I say that to say LA California period has always been ahead of the game with a lot of shit, right? So Frosty, he's from Los Angeles County. He's from California. You from LA, bro. Like, you have to know, and I would imagine that Frosty done been to different parts of the country. I would think. I'm not sure. I know he be in trouble a lot. He be on probation and parole and all that type of shit. So I know it's probably been a lot of years out of his adult life where he couldn't travel because of his legal situation. But I'm pretty sure in between them times he probably done been a few different cities and states and shit like that, right? So you have to know that California is just advanced, bro. Like when it comes to shit like that. So something as simple and as far as like having cameras in your establishment, man, that's everywhere. You know, you go to a little town in Utah or Wyoming or North Dakota or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure all the businesses out there got cameras in their establishment when they got merchandise for sale. So you know for sure in California, Los Angeles, any store that got merchandise for sale, you know they have cameras. It's 2025. What you think? People get notifications. Movement at the front door. Movement at the back door. Movement near the garage. Movement here. Movement there. People get notifications on their phone. They could be on the other side of town. Right? So that just goes to show you that, you know, certain crimes, especially done in certain ways, it just don't make sense. It's stupid. It is stupid. So Frosty, allegedly, somebody who looks a lot like Frosty the Snowman, goes into this establishment, man, about some Pokemon cards. And see, this is what you got to understand too, right? Even if he wasn't popular or famous or any of that, right? What he did is stupid for anybody to do. This is stupid for anybody to do. But listen, man, you know, that's kind of like it's a gift and a curse when you make yourself popular on the internet, right? Because it's a curse because you can't do certain things anymore. Like that shit that Frosty is being accused of, being on camera, you know, stealing Pokemon cards. You are Frosty the Snowman. You cannot do shit like that no more. There's just certain things that you cannot do. That's worse than Ja Rule doing an advertisement for the pizza restaurant and for Uber and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's worse than that. Like, it's just certain shit you can't do. So that's the curse part about it. But the gift part about it is that people could say what they want, but Frosty, he still has a fan base. It might not be as strong as it once was, but Frosty the Snowman still has a fan. I can't lie. He makes good music. Frosty actually makes good music. So he's just obviously not focused the way that he should be on the music shit right now. Or maybe he not motivated. You know, he might got, you know, life be life. And so he probably got, you know, different personal life situations going on. Ain't no telling, man. But when you have the notoriety surrounding his name that he has, there's so many ways that somebody like him could get money on the internet. You know, it's so many ways for you to get money on the internet when you Frosty the Snowman. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is not it. But let's check this video out, man, and see what's going on.
What it do, YouTube? What it do? Today is a sad day in America because there's a shortage of Pokemon cards out there in the universe, and it's all Frosty the Snowman's fault.
Hey, this dude's stupid as hell, man. I don't know who the hell is behind this Too Gangster for YouTube channel. If I'm not mistaken, this individual, he done had several channels over the past few years that he probably ain't got no more. He done had to start new channels over and over again. But he funny as hell, man. Talking about it's a sad day in America because it's a shortage of Pokemon cards, man. It's all Frosty's fault, man. Like, damn. Sad day. Hey, man, moment of silence for the kids, man, who can't get the Pokemon cards they want because of Frosty the Snowman, man. Moment of silence, man. All right, man. Yeah, man, it's a sad day in America, man. Frosty out here. Gotta catch them all, man.
To the Olympics, police has been cracking down on everybody on the blade. All of the pimps are going broke. There's nobody on the blade. So Frosty from Inglewood family had to find a new hustle. My boy be stealing Pokemon cards. He steals them and sells them on Craigslist. Say it ain't so. Pimp down, pimp mother loving down.
And, you know, I ain't got nothing against Frosty, man. But what I will say is that, like I say all the time, man, you know, the world is moving very fast in 2025. Technology is moving extremely fast in 2025. And a lot of people are moving very slow. And for Frosty to do this, you are one of those people that's moving to the game. You know, everybody ain't fast and pimping, man. And, you know, I take it personal when people just slap the pimp title on any and everybody, and certain people proclaim themselves as the pimping. And, you know, I could go on and on and on, but one of the biggest dead giveaways that you not this pimping is if you say pimping and dead homies in the same breath. If you having a conversation with somebody and you talking about pimping and then you say dead homies, not the pimping. That's one of the biggest giveaways. You know what I mean? But or if you say on such and such street, whatever your hood is, on the set and all that, not the pimping. You know, and I don't hate you for it. I'm not mad at you. I don't have nothing against you, but you not the pimping though. I'm the pimping. I know what pimping is. I know what pimping ain't, and that's not it. Pimping ain't putting it on the dead homies. We never do that. Everybody got dead homies. I got dead homies. All the other pimps got dead homies, but we not putting it on the dead homies. Not the pimping. We don't do that.
Not made here. Could Apple go from being the most expensive to being the cheapest, the best one for the phone companies that offer so they
Hold on, I'm trying to blow. Okay. And see, you know, just pay attention to Frosty. This how, and then like this is why I say certain people are just too slow to be the pimping, and not only is he too slow to be the pimping, but he's also too slow to be a thief. Because just look at how obvious he is, the way he moving around, the way he bending over. Everybody else in the in the store, everybody else in the store look regular. He's sticking out like a sore thumb. The way he bending down and grabbing shit and walking side to side. Then he got his girl, you know, in there with a bag. Like, it just, they the only ones. And then on top of that, you the only black people in there for one. You gotta know that in a lot of cases, you know, black people are already suspicious just because we black. So it's bad enough that you, the only black people in this store, look at how you're moving as the only black people. If you know another ethnicity looking like that, you know what I mean, bending down or something like that, you know, he might not look so suspicious, but you black, man. Your girl, the girl that's with you, she black. Y'all the only black people in there. And, you know, you just look suspect and suspect as hell, man. But let's continue.
New accounts. Isn't that what the stock market's moving to? I didn't even know I was so far.
Then you looking around, scratching your chin. I can't lie, man. Somebody probably need to go check on Frosty. This is dope fiend activity, man. And this to be specific and not put no disrespect on the crackheads, this is like 2025 dope fiend activity. Because dope fiends, even dope fiends back in the day, they was much slicker with their thievery. You know what I mean? Dope fiends back in the day, they just knew how to be slicker. They just was better at it. You know what I mean? These 2025 dope fiends, I don't know, man, but this is, I don't know Frosty's, you know, substance experience history or whatever. I don't know if he got drug problems, but I'm just saying, this is very dope fiendish. This is dope fiend activities. The way he moving around, like if this was my store, he would have been had to get up out of there just by the way he moving around. Like, nah, bro, you can't be in here. I don't like the way you move. I don't like the way you moving, man. You gotta get up out of here, man. You know. Tell me what you want and I'll bring it to you at the door, man. You can hand me the money at the door or something like that. But you can't be in my store moving like that, man. You making me nervous, man. You know, something might happen to you, man, if you stay in this store too long, man. It's time for you to go. You know, but just pay attention to his movement. It's just real dope fiendish. This is not the movement of a sober person. First of all, a sober person ain't gonna have the audacity at broad daylight to go into a store they got cameras everywhere. Even if you don't know where the cameras are, even if you can't see them, you have to know that there are cameras everywhere. But I'm pretty sure that, because everybody was talking about how you about to see in a minute, how he was pointing at the camera, looking at the camera and shit like that. I don't think he was really doing that. He was probably pointing at stuff on the wall, like he was looking at something on the wall. But he really was going, you know, getting up in that glass case or whatever. But I'm pretty sure the cameras are not hidden in this store. I'm pretty sure, you know, because a lot of stores, that's part of their like defense mechanism is to have the cameras visible so that thieves know this is not a good store to steal from because as you can see, we have cameras. So don't steal out of here. You know what I mean? Most stores like this that you go into, you can see their cameras. So anybody with a brain is going to go in there and look around and say, this ain't the store. You know what I mean? But in 2025, you have to know that even if you can't see cameras, there are cameras there. See, again, you know, like thieves who really thieves, they do what's called stakeouts. People don't even do stakeouts no more. But a stakeout is when you go, you look around, you canvass the inside of the store, You canvas the surroundings. You see what the alley look like. You see what the neighbors, everything look like. You learn people's movement. Okay, this person comes to the store at this time of day. They open the store at this time. They close the store at this time. They take their lunch break at this time. You know what I mean? On these days, they take the money to the bank. On these days, they do this. Like, that's what a stakeout is, right? They reload their inventory on this day. You know what I mean? Every other week. You know, this is what so now you understand what you're getting yourself into. Then you make your move, right? But it's obvious that he didn't do no stakeout. He didn't do no plan, do no thinking. He just said, I'm finna go in here barefaced as Frosty the Snowman. He didn't even have enough sense to put on a hat and sunglasses. You could at least put on a hat and sunglasses. That way it make it a little more difficult to identify who you are. But your crazy ass, and by the way he's moving, it just looked real dope fiendish. Like, my guess is that he's high. He got high before he went up in there. He had to. You know what I mean? Because I would like to think that a sober-minded Frosty the Snowman would be a little smarter than this, man. I don't want to think that a sober Frosty the Snowman could be this stupid. I don't want to believe that. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me, freeze, man. No, Frosty's stupid, man. Nah, don't argue with me, man. I ain't trying to go for that. I don't want to believe that. You know what I mean? Frosty can't be that stupid. He had to be high. You know what I mean? But, yeah, let's continue, man.
I think all of those major quarter traditions that with the modern quarter of a collapse in the stars.
Then y'all see, they just look so out of place because, okay, one, you're black, your girl is black. Two, y'all don't even see, it's certain types of people that are into Pokemon cards. Y'all don't look like that. Y'all don't even look like you're into Pokemon cards. You know what I mean? Like, if black females out there that collect Pokemon cards, I'm pretty sure they don't have lace fronts and the gang of makeup on and long ass eyelashes and shit like this chick, right? No. I find it hard to believe that the black women that are into Pokemon cards look like her. And the black men that are into Pokemon cards look, well, he look kind of regular as far as like his dress code, but he just don't look like somebody that collect Pokemon cards. He don't look like that. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to be stereotypical or nothing like that, but you know, everybody got their different looks. You know, people that listen to hip hop look a certain way. People that listen to rock and roll look a certain way. It's a culture with it. You know what I mean? And you know, people that are into like Pokemon and anime and shit like that, it's a certain culture with that. And they just they don't fit the culture. They fit the culture of something else. So it just, you know what I mean? It just ain't smart, man.
Response to that. As is often the case, there's too much collateral damage to other because that will all connected by an ETF. So crowd strength goes down, even though it's not a private company. It's a company that's a Clout. 6% because the market's practicing collective punishment. I say that's like selling hardware stocks with the software's down. Oh, and by the way, software, what would be enterprise con? That is just getting crushed. Think about this. It's horrendous.
I don't know if Frosty got arrested yet, but I heard there's a warrant for his arrest. The store owner has reached out to Frosty. They wanted him to pay them back $5,000, and this is what they had to say.
Talking ordeals. Return all the stolen property or deal with the consequences. We have...
Store owner said, hey, man, listen, we ain't trying to talk about nothing. Hey, the store owner sound like some pimping. You know what I mean? For real, though. You know what I mean? We ain't trying to do no talking. I'm the pimping, bitch. I ain't making no deals. I kind of like the store owner, man. Store owner sound like somebody I can hang out with, you know? Hey, listen, bitch, man, we ain't making no deals. I ain't doing no talking. You know what I mean? Bring my shit back or face the consequences.
provided a list of the items you stole to the police as well as the video footage of all the thefts. We have cameras everywhere and know everything.
Frosty said that's little money. We're working on it right now. You gotta chill though. I can't give you $5,000, but I can give you
So, you know what I mean? These messages right here is pretty much an admission of guilt. You negotiating with somebody that you know is accusing you of stealing from them. You negotiating with them to, you know, give them their merchandise back or give them the money back or the value back or whatever the case may be. You know, so you pretty much admitting they got you on camera and then now they got your words. You know, that's little. You saying that's little money, but if it's little money, why you take your ass in that little ass store and steal them little ass Pokemon cards as money if it's so little to you? You know what I mean? Obviously, the money ain't that little because you took a penitentiary chance taking your ass in their store to steal these Pokemon cards. You know, and see, this is what I want to say too, right? This is further proof no pimping nowhere in this mix, right? Listen, hey man, pimping don't do this. Pimping, we not putting on ski masks with 304s. We not shoplifting with 304s. We not selling dope with 304s. We not putting a sack in her hand. We not being a stick up kid. We not robbers and jackers with 304s. Hey, you know, pimping is not doing 304s. Do what 304s do, and that's it. 304s, 304. They break tricks, and that's it. You know what I mean? And see, this is a part of the reason why you got so many chicks in the game that's just messed up in the head because they mess with this. They send them on crash dummy missions like this. Hey, listen, if you are a 304 and your folks is talking about doing something like this with you, or you catch wind of him doing something like this on his own, or if he talking about doing anything other than knocking you a wifey, get out of there. Get out of there. People like that do not deserve 304s. They not responsible enough to have a 304. You know what I mean? Because here it is now, everybody talking about Frosty, but the girl is at risk too. She on video with him. And it ain't going to be hard for them people to find out who she is. They going to want her too. And as you about to see, there's more than one video of these two going to stores and stealing. These same two individuals. So the broad, everybody talking about Frosty, but the broad, she going down too. She going down. So, you know, she gonna most likely be at Chowchilla. You know what I mean? When she should be on some Skrilla. You dig? Like, it's just stupid. It's just stupid all the way around. And like I said, you know, this is why so many chicks in the game is so messed up in the head because, hey, listen, a 304's money is supposed to be good enough. A 304's 304 is supposed to be more than good enough, right? Just one 304. One 304's money be amazing if she has the right attitude, the right outlook, the right belief, the right understanding, and she's willing to surrender herself to some game, right? She can do some amazing things in the game, man. Just one 304. But when you messing with people like this, it involve you in activities outside of 304, then it kind of diminishes your belief in the game and the possibilities that can take place in the game, right? You don't look at the game as something that could change your life when it can. But like I say all the time, you can't see what you can't be. You can't be what you can't see. So if you can't see the game as something big, then you can't be big in the game. If you can't see it, you can't be it. And when a chick in the game mess with somebody like this, that take them on missions like this, you're going to have a small ass outlook because just think about it. The person that's sending you The person whose lead you following, they don't even believe in the game like that. They don't even believe the game can make them rich. They don't believe the game could change their life. So, of course, if you following somebody like that and you being a reflection of them, you ain't going to believe it neither. Meanwhile, you taking these types of chances and you don't understand, like the girl, she probably don't understand like Pokemon cards and shit like that and how much they worth. She probably do now because they done been on probably so many missions together, you know what I mean? She probably got a better understanding of it now, but like, man, this shit, it's just stupid.
And 5,000 worth of Pokemon cards. And here's what the store owner had to say.
I'm trying to run the shop at the same time and make up for our losses. We did the count 11 packs of Fossil at $350, 6 stacks of 20 packs at $10, $15 each, 2 boxes of Hololive, and more we didn't even add. Do the math, it's way over 5K, so we are being nice at a value of 5K. We are not.
Damn, so they just broke down to him like a rough estimate of the value of what they're saying that he took. And they even saying like, look, man, the shit you took, we know really that it's worth more than 5K, like way over 5K, right? But, you know, we just want to make type of way, man. And, you know, if you could just give us 5K, we'll call it square. You know what I mean? They was really being nice to him. You know, some people don't like being stolen from at all, man. And the only way you can make it right with them is taking your ass to jail. But these people giving you a chance like, look, man, we giving you a chance to make it right, man. Even though the value of what you took is more than 5 racks, just give us 5 racks, man, and, you know, we'll call it even. But, nope.
Interested in any further deals, and we are not taking anything down without restitution for the exact items or value. We have the videos, it was stolen. We already consider it a loss and have moved on. We are not going to take anything taken care of. We can't take any that was not taken from us because that could also be stolen. It is what it is. We have a business to run and can't keep going back and forth. We will continue to leave it up and let people know what happens so it hopefully doesn't happen to anyone.
So they pretty much saying like, look, we just want the money because we don't want to take no merchandise from your ass because you probably stole that shit from somebody else. So listen, man, we just want the money, man. Just give us the money and it's all good, man. Crazy.
I guess the store owner is firm at $5,000, but Frosty said, chill, you'll get your money. You won't get nothing back if I'm in jail. Please remove your police report. And here's what the store owner had to say.
I just said we can't do anything until we are made whole. It's out of our hands and up to you. I'm not looking to make a scene, but we can't remove anything until it's taken care of just because you said you're good for it. Now we have a business to run, so have a good...
He trying to 52 fake the store owner like, listen, man, take the police report back, man, and we'll give you the money. Like, store owner like, man, I'm not going for that. Give us the bread and we'll, you know, recant the statement or the police report or whatever. Till you give us the bread, hey, man, I got to have a good day.
Wasn't budging at all. They wanted the $5,000 back, but Frosty said he don't got the $5,000 right now. He asked them if he could work at their store in order to pay off the $5,000 debt.
God damn. Did this fool tell these people he want to work at their store to work the debt off? Oh, man. My goodness. This man told them, I want to work for your store. You have a good business with loyal customers, I seen. Yeah, man, this man, he has to be on some kind of substance, man. He gotta have a substance abuse problem. Frosty gotta have a substance abuse problem, man. He need to check it to a rehab. Jail ain't gonna help him. You know what I mean? Like, Frosty need to be in somebody's rehab, man, for real though, because you want to work for the store, not with them dope fiend movements that your ass doing. Hell no. Who gonna hire a crackhead? Who done stole from their ass, man? Hell no. Hell no. This man said, I want to work for me. Like, he not even thinking, like, what? He got to be high. He got to be high. Like, listen, man, you are Frosty the Snowman. See, some of y'all might be a little young, man, but anybody who remember when Frosty and Suspect first came out, man, back in like 2015, 16, 17, up in there, them dudes was hot. And they was dropping heat consistently. You know what I mean? Like, I remember that Frosty. And, you know, you can do it again if you just focus. And I know it'd be hard when you got, you know, bills and responsibilities and shit like that, you know, and you probably not checking the money from the music like you wish you could. But, hey, man, you can still do that. But this shit is like, man, even though he ain't nowhere nearly on the level, man, but it's disappointing, kind of like how Messy Marv's situation is, man. You know, even though, again, Frosty, he ain't never on the level of a Messy Marv. Like, Messy Marv is a legend among it. It's disappointing in the same kind of way. Because, again, you know, even though his run wasn't like very long, but Frosty was hot. He was like one of the hottest dudes in LA. And to go from that to this, you know what I mean? And it's like the shit you done been through, man. Like, you done been shot, you done been to the joint, you done been robbed, just all kind of shit. Like, if he put that in his music, man, he could come out with some heat. Like, you done been through a lot of shit that a lot of people be fake rapping about. Like, you done really lived that life. Man, put that in your music. He got to be on dope. This boy got to be on dope. This man told these people he want to work for their store. He got to be on dope, man. Like I said, man, it's just disappointing because I know his potential. I know what he's done before, and I know what he could do again if he just, you know, put his mind in the right, put his focus in the right areas, man. This shit right here is disappointing, man.
Say it ain't so. Pimp down, pimp mother loving down.
And again, for the record, this boy is not the pimping. And see, this is just sad, man, because, you know, this young lady, man, bless her heart, she probably will do anything that he, like, if you can convince a chick to do this, hey, man, she supposed to be breaking the hell out of some tricks. Like, for real, though. You know what I mean? She supposed to be running it up somewhere. You know, and she not a bad-looking young lady. She's not bad-looking, and this video and other videos is proof that she's down for you for real. You know what I mean? Any female that'll do some shit like this with your ass, she'll do whatever you want her to do. So you should want her to do the right things. You shouldn't want her to, you know, take penitentiary chances in this type of way. This is crazy, man. greedy, boy. He went behind the glass and grabbed a handful of them Pokemon cards. Them is probably them us too. You know what I mean? He got them Bo Jackson, Michael Jordan rookie card. You know what I mean? Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco back in the days, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron. You know what I mean? Like he. Oh man, he expensive joints. Oh my goodness. Looking dead up at, even though I know like everybody's saying he pointing at the camera, looking at the camera. I think he pointing at something on the wall, making it seem like he's interested in something on the wall. But you're facing towards the camera. You giving the camera a clear shot of who you are. This is crazy. Now, see, I thought that was the video that showed maybe oh yeah, I think video. Milk did a video on this shit too. Hold on. Okay.
What's the deal? Now look, 2020.
Yeah, so Milk covered this shit, and see, this is what I be talking about, right? Shout out to It's Milk TV, aka Milk74, right? But oh wait, this ain't the video. Hold on, I'm trying to find, cause it's a, oh, you know what? That's what it is. The two gangster for YouTube, they did a follow up. That's what it is. I gotta go to their channel. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's this. This is the video right here.
What it do, YouTube? What it do? So it seems like we got some trouble in paradise. The relationship between Adam and Frosty has gone bad. Adam reposted a video of Frosty stealing Pokemon cards, and I guess Frosty felt some type of way about it because Frosty said Adam got 3 million subscribers. He posted me for Clout. Adam said, bro, we messed with you, but this go both ways. When there was a video about Chiefin getting knocked out, we posted about that too. And
for those of y'all unfamiliar with Chiefin, Chiefin Heavily is an affiliate of the Stink Team, right? Which Frosty historically don't get along with, right? Rest in peace to Draco. But he pretty much letting them know, like, hey, listen, man, if it's some content, we own it. Pretty much, you know what I mean? Don't take this ass whooping personal.
about it too. But now there's a video about you stealing Pokemon cards. Of course we're gonna talk about that too. Frosty said, bro, chiefing getting knocked out is not gonna help the police. You're literally helping the police. I haven't even went to jail for this yet. No.
You're helping the police. I haven't went to jail for this yet. Listen, again, from the moment you step foot out, especially in LA, let's just talk about LA. From the moment you set foot outside in LA, you are on camera. Anywhere you go, anywhere you drive to, anywhere you pull up to, any establishment that you go inside, from the moment you set foot outside in Los Angeles, you're on camera. Everywhere. If you don't have Ring cameras on your door, your neighbors do, and their neighbors do, and their neighbors do, and every major intersection has cameras. Every business has cameras, inside and outside. You did this to yourself, and you're Frosty the Snowman. You're not just just regular Joe Schmo from Inglewood family. You're Frosty the Snowman. You popular on the internet, especially in LA where you from. Like, come on, man. You did this to yourself. So anything that comes as a result of what you did is your fault. You helped the police do their job when you decided to do what you did on camera. You're helping them. And then you get at the camera like, look at me. I'm doing this. Look at me. No, you did it to yourself. So you can't be mad at Adam, because if it's not Adam, guess who? It's going to be somebody else. And see, this is what you got to understand too. Yeah, Adam got a big platform. No Jumper is big. No Jumper is like 4 million and some change, going on 5 million, right? But that don't mean anything, because guess what? The power of YouTube, a channel a fraction of the size of Adam's channel, can cover the shit and kill him with the numbers. See, that's the thing about YouTube. It'll be a channel that got 2,000 subscribers that'll go viral and do hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. I see that shit all the time. It'll be a channel that got 1,500 subscribers or 800 subscribers that'll do a video on a certain topic, and next thing you know, they got 2 million views on that little ass channel. So Adam shouldn't even be your biggest concern, because guess what? Even if Adam decided not to touch it, the subject of you stealing Pokemon cards on video is going to generate millions of views across the internet, period. Whether it's YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, any of that. Everybody is going to be on that, even with the exclusion of Adam. Like this subject is going to generate millions of views. Everybody is going to talk about it. So, and as far as helping the police do their job, you did that when you decided to do this, where you did it, how you did it. You helping them do their job. You making their job easy. They don't need no Jumper's help. They don't need nobody on the internet's help, because guess what? It got to the internet because the store owner decided to put it on the internet because of who you are. Because he like, oh shit, Frosty the Snowman stealing out of my store. Let me put this on the internet. If you were not popular on the internet, he probably wouldn't have put it on the internet. And if he did, it probably wouldn't have went as viral as it has gone because of who you are. So you did that to yourself. You made yourself popular on the internet, and then you decided to do some bozo ass, dope fiend ass, goofy ass, silly ass, stupid ass shit. You can't be mad at Adam. You can't be mad at anybody on the internet who talks about this. You helped them people more than anybody did. Because again, even if the store owner didn't put it on the internet and just gave it directly to the police, you think the police don't know who you are? You think the police don't listen to your music? You got fans everywhere. See, I just understand the reality of being on the internet. You're going to have fans everywhere. I'm pretty sure I got police that's my fans. I probably got police that watch. There's probably police watching this shit right now. You know what I mean? This like on, not on some investigation type shit, but just on some fan shit. You know what I mean? Like, police listen to rap on some fan shit, not on some like, let me listen to this rapper so I can incriminate him. No. Police listen to rap. And you rap. So I'm pretty sure that there's some police officers that are fans of yours. So even if the store owner didn't put the video on the internet, the police gonna know who you are. The police gonna get the video. They be like, oh shit, this is FrostyDaSnowmann stealing. Oh shit, damn. They don't need no jumper or anybody else's help. You helped them enough when you did the shit. The moment you reached in there, put shit in the bag, walked out, you helped them. Whatever else happens after that don't mean shit. Listen to what the store owner said. He already made a police report. So the police already had the video before it went viral. They had the police report. I'm pretty sure the store owner gave the police the video before he gave the internet the video and made a report before he put the shit on the internet. I'm pretty sure that the store owner did that. I'm pretty sure that he was more concerned with protecting his business than he was making this video go viral. So first things first, as a store owner, let me make this police report. Let me hand this video over to the police so they know, you know, they got the evidence that they need to go after this individual that stole out of my store. And then guess what? You know, my guess is that the store owner recognized him, or somebody in the store, whether it's the owner or employee, somebody knew who he was. And then they put it on the internet and viral. Now guess what happens? People see that shit and like, damn, hold on, I got a video of this same person stealing out my store. So now it's other videos coming out of you stealing from other stores with the same bitch. You know what I mean? Y'all both going to stores, bareface, ain't even got enough sense to put a hat or beanie or some sunglasses or something like that on your face, a COVID mask. You know, people still wear COVID masks. You can wear a COVID mask. You know what I mean? Like, just ain't smart, man. So Adam ain't helping them people do nothing. And then listen to how he talking. I haven't even went to jail for this yet. So you know you going to jail. You know it. So what help is No Jumper doing? Crazy.
Nobody even knows about this. Now I believe the allegations about No Jumper being feds is true.
I believe No Jumper is the feds too, but this ain't no federal work. This don't have nothing to do with the feds. This has to do with your dumb ass being on some dope fiend smoker ass shit. These were smoker moves that you did. So yeah, I do believe that No Jumper is the police. But this ain't got nothing to do with that. This is your dumb ass fault.
Adam said, many big channels have already talked about it. You're not going to be able to get those channels to remove their posts. Just because we're cool doesn't mean I'm not going to cover the news. Man, shout out to my boy Frosty. I got nothing against him. Nothing personal. But bro, you made the news, so we got to talk about it. I only got one advice for you. Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
He's stupid as hell for this edit.
Then Frosty said he's the Adam again. They officially divorced and are no longer friends. It's a sad, sad day in America when bros can't be bros anymore. Basically, Frosty is accusing Adam for telling. He's basically saying that he would have got away with it had Adam not did it. But bro, you got caught red-handed. The store owner has already reported you to the police, and you already know about it because you've seen the police report yourself. Once the information is out there, we're all gonna talk about.
And see what you gotta keep in mind. Let me check that real quick. Hold on. Okay, so grand larceny. I remember when grand larceny was what was it, like 200 back in the day, or 250, something like that. So yeah, as you can see right here, grand larceny, or grand theft as it's called in California, is anything of value stolen that amounts to $950 or more. So basically in California, if you steal something that's at least $950 in value, it's a felony. Anything under $950 is a misdemeanor. So if the store owner is saying that these cards are worth, as the store owners in their words, worth way more than $5,000, then yeah, it's safe to say, you know, these charges is gonna be a felony for him. So you gotta think, man, like, Frosty, you done been to the penitentiary. You just did some years in that joint, man. I think what did he do, like 3 or 4 years, something like that? He was gone for a minute, man. You like in there. Maybe you don't mind it. I don't know. Maybe going to the penitentiary ain't a big deal to you. I don't know. Like for me, I can't stand 1 second in jail, let alone a year or 2 year or multiple years. Hey, man, I'll be ready to throw up. I'll be sick to my stomach at 1 split second in jail nowadays, man. As a grown man, you know, when you younger, you could probably stand it a little better. But when you done been there and done that, and then now you got your freedom back, man, fuck all that. Like, the penitentiary is not it. I don't give a damn how many iPhones you can access in there, how many, how much, nah, fuck all that. But, yeah, man, this man pretty much took a penitentiary chance for some damn Pokemon cards. And it's just so many other things that you could do with your time, with your efforts, with your energy. Yeah, this ain't it, man.
About it. One thing Frosty doesn't understand is this. Many stores have already reported you to the police. The video has already been viral on Instagram. The only reason why we're barely seeing it now, because it's only been viral on the Pokemon community. That's why it took a while for it to get to us.
Okay, so I guess the video been floating around the Pokemon community for a while, and you know, a lot of people in the Pokemon community probably ain't familiar with who Frosty is, but obviously it bled over into, you know, the hip hop community or the, you know, the LA street community some type of way. And somebody seen that shit was like, hold on, that's Frosty the Snowman. So I guess this video must have been floating around for a little minute. But yeah, it's crazy, man.
Your picture on every Pokemon store. The news is high key.
Not the man got his picture on every Pokemon store. Man, just imagine you going into the Pokemon store with your kid and you see a picture of Frosty the Snowman on there, him and old girl with the lace front on, saying, if you see these people, notify the authorities immediately. Crazy.
It's another video that I bet you didn't know exists. This owner is also pressing charges against you. He said you took Pokemon cards from him too.
You have to know that a store like this has cameras. This is crazy. This man is a notorious, infamous Pokemon bandit. That's we ain't calling him Frosty the Snowman no more, man. We calling him Frosty the Pokemon bandit, man. Frosty the Pokemon bandit. That's who he is. This man is a cold bandit. This shit crazy. And these is just a couple of stores that we seeing. And again, I'm pretty sure he been hitting these stores for a minute. And see, this the problem that I have. This is why I say a lot of these dudes, they just too slow to be pimps. And see, this is really an eye-opener for a lot of y'all, right? Because on social media, you'll see somebody like a Frosty showing his chain and showing, you know, pictures and videos with some bitches and being, you know, yeah, man, PGO, man, woo, Pimp Street, all that shit, right? And counting money and all of that and showing cars and just, you know, flexing on, right? And, you know, to the untrained eyes, minds, and ears, you'll believe that he really pimped for the things that he got. You see him with females, you see him with money, so it only makes sense that he pimped for it. But this is what's going on behind the scenes, though. And he's just one of many. It's so many dudes, and for those of y'all who trying to put it on California, it ain't just California. Trust me. It's not a regional thing, it's a generational thing. These people is not pimping like that. So this shit is going on across the country. If they not stealing Pokemon cards, they hitting licks. If they not hitting licks, they scamming. They doing all types of other shit and trying to dress it up and put some cosmetics on it and call it pimping. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of things, it's not no pimping going on. I don't give a damn what kind of good rap songs you make talking about some pimping. I don't give a damn, you know, what videos and pictures you show and scream PGO. Pimping don't do this, man. This is what we don't do. Pimping is not running up in those stores stealing no damn Pokemon cards, especially with the bitch. We really ain't doing that. But yeah, this shit crazy, man. So it's so many signs that let you, cause see, like I say, man, the same way that the gangbanger is serious about that lifestyle, that's how the pimping is about the pimping. And you know, you can't be seriously about pimping in something else. Just like a gangbanger is not serious about gangbanging in something else. You know what I mean? To a real diehard gangbanger, you know, they set is the most serious thing in their life. And representing they set, right? Same thing with the pimping. Same thing with spirituality, whatever your spiritual belief is. If you die hard about that, then, you know, that's the biggest thing in your life. So, you know, on the same token that you saying, you know, that you some pimping, you're not going to be putting it on the dead homies. You're not going to be talking with gangbanger lingo at the same time that you're trying to talk with pimp lingo. You just not going to do that. You know what I mean? But, you know, I hope people see this and see it's a lot of dudes probably watching this shit swear up and down that they some pimping, but they ain't no better than Frosty. They doing something just as unpimpish, if not more unpimpish than him. You know what I mean? And then, you know, these dudes be getting high. And that's a whole nother thing. You know, like I say all the time, the pimping is the master of himself. Pimping ain't gonna be mastered by drugs and all that type of shit. But, you know, the types of drugs that y'all be doing has y'all doing weird shit. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say the boy name, but allegedly, you know, it's somebody out there that, you know, be getting high and shit like that. And he like to deep throat bottles and shit like that and wear thongs and, you know, do things contrary to manhood under the influence of these drugs, man. So, you know, yeah, it's just so many unpimpish things that these people be doing, man, that could make it impossible for them to be the pimping. Pimping ain't doing this. Look at he a cold Jerome Bettis for the bitch. Look at him blocking and everything. Look how he blocking for her. Cold blocker. And see, this is the thing too, man. When you like I say, man, when you grow up, man, when you a grown ass man and you earn things and you proud of the things that you earn and you feel good about what you've earned, like pimping, when you really done pimped for something, you know, you appreciate the things that you earn. So when you appreciate the things that you earn, you appreciate what other people earn too. You know, and this man, you know, bless his heart, he got an honest business, you know, selling his Pokemon cards, and here come Frosty the Pokemon Bandit, man, coming to violate his store, man. You know, shit crazy. Look at how he blocking for her. Crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But again, yeah, he the Pokemon Bandit, man. You know, but again, the bottom line is, you know, he can't get mad at Adam for covering the video, because outside of Adam, put it like this. If you compare Adam's views talking about and posting Frosty's video, if you compare his views to the views of everybody else on the internet, it don't come close. As big as No Jumper is, if you compare No Jumper's views to everybody else's views talking about Frosty the Pokemon Bandit, it don't come close. Everybody else combined got millions of views talking about this. No Jumper probably ain't even got 1 million views. They might get 1 million views talking about this shit if, between all the clips and everything combined, you know. But compared to the whole rest of the internet, it don't come close. So you accusing No Jumper of helping the police do their job, and I agree. I think No Jumper does and will help the police do their job, you know. But see, this is a mistake that people make with No Jumper and Adam 22. Adam 22 is a civilian. No Jumper is a business. You know, no matter how cool he may seem, no matter how much money he may pay you to come on his platform, at the end of the day, y'all live completely different lifestyles. So you can't expect him to adhere to the rules of your lifestyle that he doesn't live. Adam is not a street dude. And people make the mistake of expecting him to move and think like a street dude when he's not a street dude. Frosty talking about, oh man, you helping the police do their job. You the police. He's not a street dude. Adam is not a gangster. He's not a gang member. He not a gang banger. He not a street dude. He's not none of that. He is a complete square. Why do people get mad at squares for being squares? Like for real though. Y'all a bunch of stupid ass, you know, street dudes that decide to get on there and incriminate you in the various different ways that you do. And then when a square be a square in the process, you want to be mad at the square for being a square. That's like putting your head in the lion's mouth, and then when the lion bites your head off, you mad at the lion for being a lion. It's a lion. Lions gonna do what they do. Squares gonna do what they do. So as a street person, you need to do what you supposed to do as a street person and not incriminate yourself on this internet. You know, and again, when you decide to go into an establishment that you should be smart enough to know has cameras, you know, you got to expect, just think about it, right? Most of us have cameras, you know, at our homes, right? Most people got cameras at their home right now. And most people don't have the amount of value in their home that people have in their business, right? Like, for instance, Frosty, the stuff that he took out of that store, they're saying amounts to more than $5,000, right? And he was able to fit that into one bag. So if he's able to fit $5,000 worth of merchandise into one bag, just imagine the value of the merchandise in the entire store. They probably got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of Pokemon cards in that one store. So if you just think about it, if you have, let's just say $100,000 worth of merchandise in your business where you sell things, you don't think somebody like that is going to have a camera or cameras inside and outside the establishment? Come on, man. You got to think. This is why I say people too slow to be this pimping. Ain't nobody that stupid could be this pimping. It's impossible. Drugs or not. I don't give a damn how high you get. Hey, man, you too stupid to be this pimping. And I ain't got nothing against you. You know, Frosty the Pokemon Bandit. But, you know, I'm just calling a spade a spade. You know what I mean? I don't hate you. I ain't mad at you. I ain't got nothing against you. But this shit you did was stupid. Too stupid to be this pimping. I really hope that from this moment forward, he keep pimping out his mouth. Don't claim the game. Like, I wish them people, I was being funny and shit like that, talking shit, but I wish them people would give him a job and let him work his debts off. And you never know. He might find it to be a good thing and he might maintain a job even after he work his debts off. And, you know, he could go from being the Pokemon Bandit to the Pokemon merchant. He could just, you know, start slanging Pokemon cards the legit way and stay out the way. You know what I mean? That might be a blessing in disguise for him. I hope that he could work that. I hope that he could work that out. You know what I mean? Store owner, if you're listening, you know, I know you probably upset with Frosty because he came into your store and he violated. You know what I mean? I get that. But hey, man, you know, get that man a job. Let him be the janitor or something. Take out the trash, sweep and mop and buff the floors. You know, even let him be, you know, loss prevention. See, ain't nobody better for loss prevention than a thief, because they know how a thief think. You know what I mean? So if you put him in loss prevention, then he gonna be paying attention to dumbasses like himself that come into the store trying to steal. So, you know, it might be a win-win for everybody. You know, Frosty stay out the way. He got a job, so he ain't out here doing stupid shit for money. And, you know, y'all got a wolf inside your store watching for other wolves. So ain't no other wolves gonna come in there because you already got a wolf up in there. You know what I mean? So it could work out for everybody, man. Like, give him a job, though, is what I'm saying. Give Frosty that job, man. The man asked you for a job. Hey, man, employ that young man. Give him the job, man. Because we don't want Frosty out here down bad, stealing cards and shit, man. Give that man a job, man. I'm asking you nicely. Whoever the store owner is, man, if you see this video and you hear my voice, man, hey, give that man a job, man. You know, how many thieves and crooked people you know gonna ask you for a job, man? Like, he really trying to make it right with you. You know what I mean? I don't really know too many thieves. It's funny, but for real though, like, I don't know too many thieves that's gonna steal from somebody and then say, hey man, give me a job, let me work it off. I can't really think of nobody like that. I ain't gonna lie. When I done stole things back in the day, I wasn't, hell no, I ain't finna work for you. No, I'm not working for you, man. Hell no. You know what I mean? So the fact that he want to work for you, man, hey, that's a good thing, man. Get that man a job, man. We need to start a petition, man, so Frosty could get that job, for real though. Cause I want him to get the job, for real. I want Frosty to get that job. Anything we could do to help Frosty get that job, we gonna do it, man. Now, on to the next topic. I don't think she does have it on her channel. Okay. Okay, so for the next topic, you dig? First of all, if you haven't wiped your feet off at the door when you step to a Pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. And before we get into the next topic, man, let me hydrate my game. Right, let Frosty be the mystery shopper. Aquanaut, you stupid. But he could do that, though. He could be the mystery shopper, man. You know what I mean? And then when the thieves come in, they think he's shopping like them. The next thing you know, he nabbed their ass. That'll be a good job for him. Y'all stupid in these comments. Suppose the Prince say, ninjas be saying the game called them. But when I check the game call log, I only see these ninjas number on the missed call list, not outgoing. For real though. Odie stupid. How the game called you and your phone bill off. Y'all stupid. Now again, the recurring theme is the world is moving fast. The game is moving fast. But these people that call themselves being in the game is moving way too slow to be in the game. So, with that being said, brings us to our next topic at hand. Now, this is ATM Richie and DamnHomie. They do an interview, right? Now, I'm pretty sure DamnHomie was interested in interviewing ATM Richie because, ATM Richie just so happens to be from the same neighborhood as P4K, who got wrapped up in a case a few days ago with the Hoovers, right? So, yeah, so they do this interview, man. And again, I'm going to say that, you know, ATM Richie, he's somebody that has proclaimed to be a part of this game, but you'll see for yourself that that can't be possible by the way that he talks on this interview. And one thing I will say, though, see, this is something that a lot of people probably either don't remember or didn't take notice to, but really, ATM Richie made Soft White Underbelly. Soft White Underbelly will probably not be as successful as they are had it not been for ATM Richie. He was their first video that went viral. You know, Mark from Soft White Underbelly interviewed ATM Richie. That was his first big video. And from there, he he took it and ran with it. He struck while the iron was hot, and now we have the soft white underbelly that got like 600 and something or 6 million and something subscribers, right? But if I'm not mistaken, man, like when Soft White Underbelly did the interview with ATM Richie, I know they didn't have 100,000 subscribers, probably even less than that though. Like they were small. But ATM Richie, his interview with them took off and it just went from there. You know what I mean? But yeah, he was their first big video, man. Before that, some of y'all might remember Mark from Soft White Underbelly. Years before the ATM Richie interview, his biggest video was probably when he was at the Bishop Don Magic Wand's house. He got a video where he's at Don's crib and he's talking with Don, and Don is showing Mark some videos of him pimping in the 70s in Chicago, right? That was probably like the biggest video that Mark had up until the ATM Richie interview, and that video wasn't even like real big. Probably had like some thousands of views, but when he did that interview with ATM Richie, that changed everything for Soft White Underbelly. So you got to give him credit for that because he really made that channel. But nonetheless, when you listen to this young man talk on this interview, as you about to see, man, he can't possibly be the pimping. It's impossible, but let's go.
Milk 74 on the dead homies. Why would you post my pimp interview on Soft White Underbelly, nigga, and then state with your bitch ass caption, P4 big homie from Blackstone Jungles exposes how he tortured bitches? First of all, look, if I wanna Rico myself to get myself my own case, bitch ass nigga, let me do.
Okay, listen. So let me show y'all what he's referring to, right? Come on, man. Damn, where is it? Damn, these ain't. Oh yeah, his shit is. Hold on. I think it's for. Something like that. Hold on. Damn. His shit is like 4% milk, something like that. I'm trying to find Milk's. Trying to find Milk's Instagram. Oh, here it is right here. So Milk reposted this clip of ATM Richie from Soft White Underbelly. And obviously he associated him. Hold on.
Know what I'm saying? For a couple of days, a couple of.
So, as you can see, P4K's older homie from BPS Jungles, ATM Richie, exposes how he used to gorilla pimp women, right? So, again, this is another case similar to Frosty. Now, he's mad at Milk for posting this and putting P4K's name in it. But again, you made yourself popular on the internet, one, for being from the community that you're from, which just so happens to be the same community that P4K is from. And then two, you said this crazy ass shit on this interview on Soft White Underbelly. You did that. So again, similar to the Frosty situation and, you know, the situation with the young dudes relieving DC Baby Draco of his equipment. When you put certain things on the internet, you can't be mad at how the world and the internet responds to it and what they do with it. You can't be mad at that because you put it out there. If you have a problem with what people do with your content, then don't put content out there. It's just not smart, man. You know, if you're going to have a problem or if you think that your content can incriminate you or others, then don't put it out there like that. You know, and then listen to what he said right here.
Whatever you want to call it. If she don't come back, you know what I'm saying? We was dealing with dog kennels, we was dealing with cat food. We had a whole bunch of ways to get a bit right. You feel me? Like, you can't walk our blades and you a renegade. You have to be paying somebody, bitch. You can't be out here selling pussy and you ain't, you know what I'm saying? You can easily come up missing forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit real. So, yeah, like burning just with cigarette butts, putting cigarettes out on bitches, all type of shit, man. Pouring bleach on bitches, making bitches baby bleach, bath water, putting bitches in the shower, closing the door on them, turning the hot water and making them call you daddy while hot water on. You feel me? And telling her, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, from now on, daddy, that's what you call me. You know what I'm saying? While hot water running on her and she screaming and all that shit. You feel me? So you gotta break their spirit. You feel me? Once their spirit is broke, capable of doing whatever. I'm saying that's real guerrilla pimping. Yeah, man, we was guerrilla pimping, man. You feel me? It just come up.
Listen, that's not guerrilla pimping. That's not no pimping. There's no kind of pimping. Guerrilla pimping, no nonsense pimping, finesse pimping, smooth pimping, stern pimping, ex pimping, turned up pimping. There's no brand of pimping that puts women in dog kennels, feeds women dog and cat food, puts cigarette butts out on females. Pimping is not, that ain't got nothing to do with pimping. Somebody sold this young man a dream that was totally false somewhere along the line to make him think that had anything to do with pimping. That shit right there ain't got nothing to do with pimping. Because like I say all the time, the best way to identify some pimping is by his nature and his ability to do what the average man cannot do. The average man can put a woman in a kennel. The average man could feed a woman dog and cat food. The average man can put cigarette butts out on women and kidnap women and do all. The average man could do all of that, you know, to control a woman by force, coercion, intimidation, all that type of shit. That doesn't have anything to do with pimping. You know, a pimp is gonna use this, and all that shit that he said on this clip right here ain't got nothing to do with this. Those things are done when you're not using this. Those things are done when you turn this motherfucker off. So, yeah, that has nothing to do with pimping. But nonetheless, he did this interview, and this interview has, I know for sure, over 1 million views, if not more than 1 million views, right? So, yeah, that's a very popular video. Millions of people saw you and heard you say that, right? And just like I said before, the police are fans of everybody. The police, I'm pretty sure you got police officers that are subscribed to Soft White Underbelly. And I'm pretty sure a lot of police officers saw your video. And they know where you're from. They know what community you represent. And they know what you claim to be and what you have claimed to do. So this is no secret. So Milk, whose platform isn't nearly as big as Soft White Underbelly, you know, you can't be mad at Milk for taking what you said and posting it. Now, I will admit that, you know, this is not something that I would do. I wouldn't, you know, put it together, you know, because, you know, I respect people's communities, right? It's one thing to target an individual. It's another thing to target a community. And when Milk does this, he's putting a black eye on that community that these guys are from and making it seem as though that community condones this and encourages this and teaches this, and this is what they about, and that's not true. You know what I mean? Anybody who know anything about the Black P-Stones, you know, this is totally contrary to what they stand for. But, you know, the way that Milk is painting this picture, it would have one to believe like, damn, P4K is from BPS. This dude is from BPS. This is how they get down over there in the jungles. Damn. No, this is not how they get down in the jungles. You know what I mean? I done did time with solid people from the jungles. I know different solid people from the jungles. This is not how they get down. They are not with that. You know what I mean? But again, the way that Milk presents this would prompt one to think that way, right? So that's why I say, me myself, I wouldn't have did that. Now, if he would have just posted this without putting BPS jungles in there, then it wouldn't have been as bad. It's still kind of some sucker shit, but it wouldn't have been as bad. But I just don't like how he putting the BPS jungles with it, because, you know, that they don't have nothing to do with what these two individuals decide to do with they self and, you know, what they represent and all that type of shit. That don't have nothing to do with BPS or the jungles. You know what I mean? So that's what I don't like about what Milk did. But as far as, you know, him taking this young man's content and, you know, doing what he did with it, you can't be mad because you went on that platform. You probably didn't expect the video to go as big, because that video was big. Like I said, that video put Soft White Underbelly on the map. People can say what they want. They may not like this guy for whatever personal reasons, but one thing you cannot deny is that this young man's interview made Soft White Underbelly. His interview put Soft White Underbelly on the map. You know what I mean? Like, his video led to where they are now, having over 6 million subscribers. His video did that, right? So, you know, again, he probably didn't expect that, but you got on camera talking the way that you was talking. And you can't predict what people will do with your content. You can't predict how people will respond or react to your content. And you can't predict the future. So, which means you cannot predict what individuals who come from your same community may do and what situations they might find themselves in, like a P4K. Back when he did this interview, P4K was a kid. You know what I mean? He probably was still in high school, right? So, you know, who could have predicted that, you know, years later, P4K will be in this situation, right? That's why you have to be responsible with your words. And this is why I keep on saying that everybody is not responsible enough to get on these platforms and speak publicly. Because, man, this man talking about putting bitches in dog kennels and feeding them dog and cat food and putting cigarette butts out on them and shit like that. Like, ain't nothing fly about that. Ain't nothing pimpish about that. Ain't nothing cool about that. Like, you know, pimping don't get down like that. No brand of pimping. But let's continue with this interview with him and DamnHomie.
Only dead homies. Nigga, don't put the homie name in it. Nigga, he already going through some shit. Weird ass nigga, you gotta get up with me, nigga. On the dead homies, I'm tripping on that. He got my homies mad at me.
Wait, who did that? Milk did that?
And he's saying, you know, Milk got his homies mad at him. No. Milk doesn't have your homies mad at you. You have your homies mad at you. If there's any reason that your homies are mad at you, it's not because of Milk. It's because of you. You did that interview. Milk didn't do the interview with you. Milk didn't force you to say what you said on that interview. No, you did that. You chose to do that. You chose to get on there and say that goofy ass shit that you said. Yeah, that was your decision. Nobody put a gun in your head and said, hey, say this on this interview. No, you did that yourself, willingly. So if it's any reason why your homies is mad at you, it's because of you, not Milk.
Nigga, Milk 7-4, weird ass Milk 7-4.
So he posted a video with your soft white underbelly saying what?
He talking about P4K big homie from BTS Jungle exposes how he tortured women.
And see, this is people underestimate the power of the internet, right? This is a prime example of the power of the internet, right? Now, I saw this clip from the interview that obviously him and DamnHomie did. Before this, because I don't follow Milk on Instagram, so I didn't see the clip that Milk posted until he said something about it. So in essence, you pretty much did what Milk did to yourself, because you spark people's curiosity. Milk posting shit and putting P4K's big homie said this and he be torturing and Milk, mind you, Milk didn't say anything about torture. You're using the word torture. Milk just said P4K's older homie from BPS Jungles, ATM Richie, exposes how who exposes? ATM Richie exposes how he used to gorilla pimp women. And you said we was on some gorilla pimping. So he pretty much used your own words. He didn't say anything about torture. And then the caption says, I don't believe in being a Captain Save a 304, but the stuff he's describing would turn me into a 304 vigilante though. There's nothing in there about torture from Milk's words, right? But you get on here and you do an interview with DamnHomie like, man, Milk 7-4 talking about P4K big homie talking about how he be torturing women, and now you make somebody like me curious, like, damn. And then, so basically you bring even more attention to it than what Milk did. So you pretty much doing the same thing to yourself that you're claiming Milk did. And it's all based on your decisions. It's all based on what you decided to say on the internet, young man.
And just some weird shit. Like, bro, okay, you shouldn't have never just. Why you put P4 name in on the dead homies? I'm tripping about that.
People are going to put P4K's name in it because they remember you claiming the same community that P4K claims. This is just what happens, right? You get on the internet and you say what community you from. And then you have other people on the internet who say they from that same community. And you say some crazy off the wall shit. And this other person from the same community just so happens to get caught up in some bullshit. Both things look bad. The common denominator is the community that both of y'all say that you're from. So, but both of y'all claim to be pimping though. This is again why we say that, pimping and gangbanging don't go together. Because if y'all would have just, even though I don't consider neither one of y'all no pimping, but if you would have just been on some like straight trying to, represent the pimping and not put your gang affiliations in it, because that's not what pimps do. It's a lot of pimps this straight lace pimping that come from different communities, and you would never know what community they came from because they don't present they pimping in that way, right? So you know, had both of y'all just been on some straight pimping, nobody would even know that y'all was from the same community. So there would be no connection. But because you call yourself trying to be this pimping, but you want to let people know what gang you from and you gang banging, and then the same thing with him, you know, he might have learned from you. Damn, the big homie said he's some pimping and he's still gang banging, so I could do it too. So y'all both doing the same goofy ass shit, trying to pimp and gang bang at the same time, and it makes your community the common denominator, and it's a black eye to your community. And then what adds insult to injury is when people do what Milk did. Like I said, he putting the name of your community in it, you know, to make it to make people think that that's what y'all about over there when it's not. Anybody who really know what goes on over there know that that's not what they about. But you know, you gotta take accountability for that, because you got on the internet and said, I'm this person from this community and I'm pimping. You did that. And then P4K did that as well. So
You trying to indict us on the dead homies? It's supposed to be Hoover Stone, first of all, on the dead homies. Nigga, come and get up with me. Come and get up with me. Yeah, Milk. Milk got to get up with me.
Do you know P4K?
Yeah, that's the homie. That's my boy. Absolutely.
What do you think about what's going on with him?
Man, I don't know. I don't condone none of that shit. He innocent until proven guilty, and fuck the little bitch Nova. Dead homies. Nope.
Now this is again why I say the internet technology moves fast. The game moves fast. People like this are too slow to be in the game. Too slow to be this pimping. Listen to what he just said. He just said F the Lil B Nova. For those who don't know who Nova is a little girl who also has done multiple interviews with Soft White Underbelly. And I believe right now Nova is like 15 years old. The way that I'm able to remember how old she is, because she's the same age as my daughter, right? But Nova first went on Soft White Underbelly when she was 13 years old. And she was letting it be known that she was out there working Figueroa. And, you know, different grown men was messing with her, knowing how young she is. And see, this is a prime example. Like he get mad at Milk for doing certain things, but this is another prime example. Now, we all seen that P4K got caught up in this RICO case for, you know, messing with minors, human trafficking, all that shit, right? But I didn't know that Nova was anywhere involved in that case until he said something about it. So you're bringing attention in an unwanted way to the whole situation. See, watch this. Oh, wait, hold on. This is why I say you know certain people are just too slow to be this pimping, man. You too slow. You can never be this pimping. It's impossible. Look at this shit, man. This shit crazy. And see, you know, he get mad at Milk, right? I'm gonna just show you the pot calling the kettle black. Now he gets mad at Milk for making that post about him saying what he chose to say. Nobody forced him to say that, right? And he's basically insinuating that Milk is trying to get him caught up in a RICO case, right? Now, the same thing could be said about you, because this is ATM Richie's Instagram page, right? And look at what he posted. A gorilla pimp catches his 304 taking a water break. And look at what he posted. Now, you see that, right? Now, what if this young man was to be like, man, ATM Richie posting videos of me doing whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. He got to get up with me on the dead homies. I'm tripping about that. This young man in this video could say the same thing about you, ATM Richie, that you saying about Milk. But guess what? Just like you with Milk, this young man would be stupid to have a problem with you, because guess what? He decided to do this in broad daylight on Figueroa in the hundreds outside. There's cameras everywhere. He decided to do that. So he put himself in that stupid ass situation. So if he get caught up, and this video is years old now, by the way. This ain't no new video for those of y'all who don't know. He just reposted, and then you know the situation might have been long and forgotten, and you posted it again. He posted this video 1 day ago. You posted this video 1 day ago, and this video is like at least 3 years old. So you might be opening old wounds that might be damn near scabbed up and healed. They might not even be thinking about this young man, but then you post this shit. So in a way, you damn near just as bad, if not worse, than Milk. Just calling a spade, keeping it real. You know what I mean? So don't get mad at Milk for doing the same thing that you do. Because you said a gorilla pimp catches his 304 taking a break or water break. How do you know that this young man is a pimp at all? That might be his that he mad at. That might be his niece or something that he tripping on for being out there. We don't know that. We don't know the relationship between him and that young lady, but you just, you know what I mean, for clout, for clicks, and whatever, you know, your goal is, you calling the man a gorilla pimp. How do you know that he's a gorilla pimp? Did you see him force her to get down and then break her for some money? How do you know that? We didn't see all of that on the video. We didn't see him doing no pimp shit on the video. We just seen him run up on the girl and get physical with her. Right? But we don't know if he's no pimping. But you put that label on him. So, you know, people need to really look at themselves, man, before they accuse other people of doing things that they do all the time. And that's just one video. He got damn near 1,300 posts on his page. You think he ain't did that again with somebody else longer than a day ago? So look at this shit, right? This is a prime example of how you have to be too slow to be the pimping. It's impossible for you to be this pimping. Now, you know what I mean? I'm trying to see where the caption is. So listen to what he say, right? He say, kids are always lying. 13 is crazy. But she was 13 at the time of this video. She's not 13 right now. But she's still underage, though. So 13, 15, don't none of that shit matter. Whoever was messing with this girl as a grown-ass man was out of line, and they reap what they sow, and they got coming whatever they got coming. You know, but you heard what he said. He said, F the little B Nova. He talking about a 15-year-old girl. I don't want to say the word, but you basically you throwing something at a 15-year-old girl. I don't even want to say the word of what you're doing because I don't want to, you know. But you throwing something at a 15-year-old girl, right? And you're posting a girl who was 13 at the time on your page. You old enough to be her father. And you posting this on your page. You got kids. On the video with DamnHomie, you can see his kids in the background. You know what I mean? You can see his kids on his page. You got kids. Why are you posting and getting mad at a kid? A little girl. What's wrong with you? Too slow to be this pimping, man. And then he posted it again with her and the mama.
Buy her some nipple. She don't got one on that. I buy her nipple cover up, and she doesn't listen to me. It's like I'm trying to make you into this lady. Like she's really a thug. She used to be a tomboy before she ran away. That's why I didn't understand how she ended up being a prostitute. Because I'm like, wasn't you just a stud? Here. This girl to know who she was.
Are you guys competitive against each other?
We're not. I just want the best for her, so I go hard on her. Like, I want her to be way better than me. And it's like, okay, you viral, but I want you to be viral for, you already viral for that. Let them.
This shit is crazy, man. That shit is so disappointing, man. It's crazy because, like I said, she's the same age as my daughter. My daughter 15. I can't even imagine my baby having a baby right now. That shit is wild. But, hey, 13 with a kid is crazy. I used to blame her mama, but she's just another beautiful single black mother trying her best. I blame whoever showed her Figueroa. But no, like, you know, so he's posting this girl on his page, and then on this interview right here with DamnHomie, he's saying, F the little B Nova. What is wrong with you? Why are you saying that about a 15-year-old? You're crazy. You too slow to be this pimping, man. Ain't no way in the world.
Know what time it is. Nova better stay out the way for better days and better plays. Dead homies.
Nova better stay out the way for better days and better plays. Dead homies. What is wrong with you? You're talking about a 15-year-old girl. What is wrong with you? You have to be 30-something years old. What is wrong with you? You too slow to be this pimping. Like, that shit vexed me, man, when just anybody just be saying the pimp word, the pimp title out their mouth, man. Like, that shit really, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, when you done really live something, man, and you done dedicated so much of yourself to something, and then people just come along and claim it that ain't really true to it, man, that shit really just, you know what I mean? Like, like, hell nah, man, you're too slow. What's wrong with you, man?
Her and her punk ass mama. Niggas not playing. Niggas is not.
Niggas is not playing. So you just said she better stay out the way. And you said F her and her mama, F the little B Nova and her punk ass mama. We not playing. What's wrong with you? You're saying this on the internet. See, again, people say shit on the internet. Back to the same thing like with the DC Baby Draco. Them idiots putting themselves on camera doing dumbass shit. See, he's not thinking about, like, if something happened to that little girl, God forbid, if something happened to her mama, God forbid. You're on camera saying this on the internet. What's wrong with you? You cannot be this pimping. Like, whoever gave you some money, both of y'all got the same thing in common. All y'all stupid. Them bitches was stupid for paying you, and you stupid. You too slow to be this pimping, man. Like, this shit, this shit is disgusting, man. You F the Lil B Nova and her punk ass mama. They better stay out the way, or she better, talking about Nova, she better stay out the way. You're talking about a 15-year-old girl. I can't stress that enough. You're talking about a 15-year-old girl. F the Lil B Nova, she better stay out the way. Ninjas is not playing. God damn.
What do you think is up with the little girl?
Yep, ain't nobody playing with nobody. Just know that.
And then he doubles down on it. DamnHomie's like, you talking about the little girl? Yep. Ain't nobody playing with nobody. He doubles down on it. DamnHomie probably was even shocked, like, wait a minute, you talking about the little girl? Yep. Too slow to be this pimping, man.
We not playing. Just know.
What did she do?
Just know we not playing about nothing, and we gonna.
No, I'm asking. What did she do?
It's too late for that. He doing like this. It's too late for that. You already said way too much. You too stupid to be this pimping. It's too late for that. You should have told yourself that before you opened your stupid ass mouth. Again, man, he got to be on drugs too, man. I don't know, man. I hate putting drugs on everybody, man, but nobody in their right mind could be this stupid. You have to be on drugs. Like, something has to be altering your mind to make you say these dumbass things on camera and then on the internet. You have to be under the influence of something. I know Clout alone can do it, but god damn, you got to be on some hard drugs to talk like about a 15-year-old girl.
What, you talking about her cooperating with the feds?
Yeah, the homie innocent until proven guilty. You know what I mean? So that's how we gonna do that. The homie innocent until proven guilty. Dead homies. Damn. So look, thank you.
See, look, and as he's talking about a little girl, he got his little girl bringing him something to drink. Like, what's... God damn, man. My goodness, boy. It's crazy how slow some people can be, man.
Thank you. I'm trying to make sure you don't get up in the video, cause yeah. But anyway, dead homies. Milk 7. Hey, you fuck with Milk 74? What's up with him?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to him yet. We're supposed to do an interview.
I don't know. My bad for even getting up on here, giving this weird ass nigga some clout. Clout is a drug that he already has. So I don't understand why he even did that.
Yeah, but when you made that video, you said, you know how you said you were like over exaggerating, but you knew that people could use that against you.
Right. And see, DamnHomie, she's a goofball her damn self, bless her heart. But at least she got enough sense to like, I just like how she said that to him. It's some real shit. Like, you said that. You knew that could be used against you, or at least you should have known.
Yeah, man.
So that's what people do on the internet. Any mistake I ever make, people use it against me, and I'm fully aware of that. That's why, I try to watch what I say and fucking stand on it.
Fuck it. I don't care no more. Dead homies.
Man, if you don't... Man... I'm gonna leave that alone, man.
Y'all know what's going on. Rich Runner, the stunner, shooter, and gunner, all off the bitch, P. Dead homies, look, it's more loving.
Man, stop saying peace all off the bitch. Like, stop talking like that. Man, these people, man, pimping, we got to start calling these people out and separating game from lame and checking shit, man, that ain't got nothing to do with no damn pimping, man. People that been way too relaxed with this game, man. You know what I mean? I might have to appoint myself the pimp authority, man. You know what I mean? To check sucker shit that's going on and lame shit and shit that ain't got nothing to do with this game in the name of this pimp. This boy is crazy.
These instructions, look. Johnny Cage on you're good on Sonya Blade. Hello, I hope you're not renegading or minor. because it's bad and it's ugly on the other side of this. Yeah.
Okay, but here's my question. So with all the minors being there, everybody's getting on the pimps, right? Why is nobody getting on the customers? But when I say that, women want to attack me, like no one's going to do that. Okay, but I'm saying.
Now, I can't lie. You know, from a squares perspective, DamnHomie asked the question that a lot of squares are probably, you know, wonder, which she said, you know, everybody is on the pimps. You know, why are they not on the clients, the tricks? You know, now it would take for some real game to properly answer that question. But, you know, he's not the game, so he can't properly answer that question.
We can't get on the customers. Why would we get on the customers?
What do you mean? If there's let's say there's minors, nobody should be pimping them, and then somebody should get on the customers to make them even afraid to even try to get a minor, because that's the problem. It's like the pimps are only half the problem. The customers are the problem. It's like the demand is out there for pedophile shit. Same thing with OnlyFans. It's like the shit that sells the most is the younger you look, you don't even gotta fuck on camera anymore.
No, see, the common denominator within the problem is underage girls, right? You have guys that are not really pimps, you know, but they exploit underage girls. Then you have clients that take advantage of underage girls, right? But the common denominator of all of that is the underage girl. So the real problem is, you know, what makes an underage girl interested to the point where she go out there and do that, right? And see, what he should have told DamnHomie is that you have a lot of underage girls that are not messing with any man at all, that's claiming to be a pimp or boyfriend or whatever. You have a lot of underage girls that go out there on their own and do this, right? So even if you take pimps or, you know, men, period, out of the equation that are overseeing these underage girls, you are still going to have underage girls out there servicing clients. Even if you take the men out, the men that oversee these girls out the equation, you got a lot of them that are out there either by themselves. Again, like I've said before, you have some that are out there with their mothers or their aunties or their older sisters or a family member or an older friend or somebody that they look up to. They go out there with them like that. So it's not a pimp problem. And then as far as the clients go, you can't control that. You know what I mean? Because that's like saying, damn, how come certain gangs got homeboys that do dope and this crackheads and dope fiends and they just let them do that? How come they don't beat their homies up for getting high and being hooked on drugs? See, back in the days, that used to happen. Like in the 80s and 90s, you know, gang members who caught their homies smoking crack and all that type of shit, they would whoop on them when they seen them. But guess what? If they want to get high, they're going to get high. So an ass whooping ain't going to stop them from getting high. So on the same token, a trick getting his ass whooped or getting, you know, chased off the blade or what, that's not going to stop him from being, you know, into underage girls if that's what he's into. So, you know, it's useless to chase him. It's useless to chase, you know, guys that's overseeing these underage girls. The real solution is, you know, better upbringing for these, better environments for these little girls, to make it where they don't even think about doing something like that. You know what I mean? Like, the foster system is trash. A lot of these girls come from foster homes. And, you know, if you living in a fucked up ass foster home, of course something like that is going to appeal to you, right? You know, girls that come from, you know, stable 2-parent homes, it's possible and it does happen, but it's much less likely for a girl from that type of situation to end up out there on the streets, right? But that's really the solution. The solution is taking an interest in these girls. and sitting them down and getting them to understand their value and getting them to understand what's important in life and where they should be going and where they shouldn't be going. That's the solution. But this dude right here, again, because he's not the pimping, he can't properly address that question.
Look, that's on my dead homies.
So I feel like they need to start keeping the customers accountable, not just the pimps.
You can't for the simple fact, listen, the game has not always been for pedophiles, right? The game has always been a game. There's different businesses that is ran by pedophiles, right? This is what happens. Some pedophiles get money. So a pedophile will get a bag and buy a business, and now he is managing his business. So now this business is ran by pedophiles. That's what happens. So the game got a fucked up reputation. This pimping got a fucked up reputation. This shit with people, all this shit is fucked up because that's really not what pimping about on the dead homies. If you're pimping on a minor, you need to talk to him. Come on, gang. That's not what it is. We should not press the tricks in the customers for the simple fact they just here to spend money no matter how weird they fantasy is.
But I'm saying if people are getting arrested for even having minor, like pictures of minors in their phone, you see them right there. Like you see the guys that literally get attacked when they go to try to meet a minor at like a Denny's or something, right? There's literally a squad for that. It's like a bunch of white guys, or even what's his name? The streamer was doing it with like rappers and shit. They was like finding people that wanted to link up minors, and they were beating the shit out of them and embarrassing them. Why can't people do that on the Blade? What crazy theory?
See, and even those endeavors, you know, are only going to get so far and do so much. Like what she's talking about, right? To catch a predator type, you know, situations where they set people up, making them think they're going to meet a minor, but they you know, they setting traps for them. You know, that's only going to do so much. Again, the real solution is, you know, spending the right quality time with these girls and, you know, getting them to understand their value, making them feel loved. You know, a lot of times they run to the streets when they feel like they ain't got no love at home, you know, and not just love, but love from their mother and their father, but even in situations where, you know, the mother and father might not be in the picture at all. Just love, period. You know, that's the main thing. These girls got to feel like they love. They got to feel like they're important. They got to understand their value, and they got to be encouraged to do great things, you know, to the point where they're not even thinking about nothing like that. That's the real solution. All that to catch a predator shit or beating tricks up and running them off the blade for dating underage girls, that's cool, but that's not going to stop them type of people from doing what they do. You know what I mean? Because all that shit that she talking about, to catch a predator type shit, that don't stop them type of people from doing what they do. They gonna still do that. That's a problem. That's an illness in their mind that, you know, you can't really concern yourself with that. You just need to make it where these girls are not interested in dealing with grown men. And not just that, but, you know, speaking of the internet, like she talking about, you know, you just got to pay attention to your kids. You know, when you got kids that have phones and they on Instagram and TikTok and all that type of shit, you got to teach them, because it be grown ass men posing like they 15 and 16, 13 or whatever age your daughter is, and, you know, or your son. You got weird motherfuckers out there like that too, that not only target little girls, but target little boys too. But you just have to teach your kids, like, look, you know, this is what you look out for. You know, you don't have any business dealing with these kind of people, those kind of people. It's about taking an interest in your damn kids and teaching them. You know what I mean? Lacing them up so that they don't fall for that type of shit of, you know, dealing with grown people on the internet. I remember I seen a story not too long ago, man. This grown ass man was dealing with this little girl, man. It was a sad situation, man. Dude was like, I think in his 30s or 40s or something like that. And, you know, he was dealing with a little girl that was like 14 or something like that. Then he got her pregnant and ended up unaliving the girl because he got her pregnant. And he didn't want nobody to know she was pregnant by him. You know, But that little girl should have been laced up, you know, to where she not even thinking about dealing with no man that old, you know, like he shouldn't even had action at her because she should have been laced up, you know, so that she, you know, be dealing with, you know, doing what kids do, being a kid, doing what kids do, and not even thinking about no grown ass man.
To even say, I think we should attack the customers because they're the problem. This wouldn't even be pimping a minor if that wanted in the first place. Keep them accountable.
Okay, so look, let me tell you this. If pimps were, if bitch ass, pimp ass, bitch ass, faggot ass niggas was more responsible and stopped bringing minors to the blade and letting minors come to the blade, customers wouldn't be able to buy minor pussy. Right or wrong?
Yeah, true.
So
no, that's not true because again, you have a lot of underage girls that ain't even thinking about no damn pimp that are going out there as we speak, that are down out there right now, and they not even thinking about no pimp. They probably hate pimps, but they still out there. So, you know, these people like, you know, DamnHomie, I get her not knowing because she not part of the game. But this dude that's calling himself to be the pimping, like, you not even thinking. This how I know you too slow. You too stupid to be this pimping. It's impossible. And people like him shouldn't even be able to speak on the internet, man. This shit crazy.
You can't be mad at the customers for having weird fantasies. They fantasies is weird anyway. You know what I mean?
No, but there's a difference between no. There's a difference between weird. Weird is like feet fetish. Minors, that's something else.
Weird is spitting in my mouth, girlfriend fetish.
That's normal. That's regular shit. As long as you're two consenting adults, that's fine. But if somebody's a minor,
you know what I mean? Having my motherfucking on the dead homies. I had a bitch on the dead homies, nigga. I had a bitch, nigga. Her favorite. This nigga used to make my bitch tie his arm up, nigga, on the dead homies with like a blue fucking like plastic shit and shoot his arm with drugs. First she did it, then I told her, bitch, don't ever do that shit with no motherfucking nails, no gloves on and protection, bitch, because you don't know if one of his nails is infected. This nigga literally used to make my bitch shoot him with drugs and shit. Like, people go, and
that's normal, as long as you're of age.
Hey, DamnHomie is a freak, man. I just have to say that because every fetish that he talking about, she like, normal. DamnHomie is a freak. He like, spitting in the mouth of my girlfriend, normal. Stepping on nuts, normal. Having the bra shoot him up with dope, normal. DamnHomie is a cold freak, boy. You know, he ain't even paying attention to that, and a lot of other people probably gonna overlook that, maybe. But Pimp, no, man. This bitch is a freak.
Jokers that literally will get paid just to put drugs in someone's arm. That's regular. I'm talking about minors. That needs to be addressed, and the only way that's going to happen is if people are even afraid to come to the blade and pick someone like that up. If you see someone trying to, bro, no, that makes sense. If you see people, if people see
transsexual,
see, she's not thinking about the lengths that men will go to fulfill their pleasures, right? She's saying, you know, make tricks that want underage girls afraid to come to the blade. No, danger is in fear tactics. That's not going to make a trick who wants an underage girl afraid to come to the blade. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know about everybody, but like when you young and from the hood, right? Like for instance, all the men, all the Gale County or just Southern California period, in certain other places like Chicago and shit like that, where anywhere that this like heavy gang activity, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? But we've all been that teenage boy that meet a girl and get to talking to her, and it's like, oh, where you stay? I stay in the Jordan Downs, or oh, I stay in the jungles, or I stay on 10th Avenue in Slauson. Like, I stay in the Pueblos. Like, we've all met a girl like that and our dumbasses went to her house to go meet up with her by ourselves with no weapon, just young and stupid, not even thinking about the danger of where she live at. and this is a young teenage boy, you know what I mean, that's just probably horny, and her mama, her parents ain't home, or her grandma, whoever she lived with, they not home, she home by herself. Okay, cool, I'm finna go over there. We not thinking about how dangerous and out of bounds we is. Like, we not thinking about none of that shit. So if a teenage boy will be like that, then you best believe a grown-ass man that want an underage girl, he's not thinking about, because Figueroa is already dangerous, period, as it is. You know what I mean? Even, you know, just because of where it is. You know what I mean? It's in the hood. It's in South Central. It's in the heart of gangland. So that alone makes it dangerous. So a trick ain't thinking about nobody doing nothing to him. And then not just that, what DamnHomie ain't thinking about, and what even ATM Richie ain't thinking about, is that you got some dangerous tricks too. You got some tricks that'll unalive your ass if you try to threaten them or do something to them. Just because somebody is a trick don't mean they a buster or that they scary and that they not dangerous. You know what I mean? So that's just not, it's not a sustainable model for the pimps to come together and say, you know what? If we catch a trick trying to date an underage girl, we gonna run him off. The trick might run your ass off. This is Los Angeles we talking about. This is South Central that we talking about. And just like a lot of the pimps is like with a certain gang or neighborhood, a lot of the tricks is too. A lot of them tricks is essays from 38th Street and 18th Street and Florencia's and all type of shit. You know what I mean? Them tricks is gangbanging too. So, yeah, you can't, it's just not realistic, especially in a place like LA.
I swear to God, especially Mexican men. Paisas, I swear to God, they get drunk. I swear to God, and they
I think I don't think it's just one group of men. I think every race has bad and good in it. And you can't just say it's the Mexicans. I think every race has bad and good. So
I think the majority Hispanics.
I don't care if you're black, white, Spanish. If you're trying to pick up a minor, they should put hands on you. And then maybe they won't be as bold to.
Yeah, DamnHomie, she's just an optimist. She not from LA and she not a part of the game. So she don't really understand how things work in the streets of LA. But bless her heart, for having such optimistic thoughts. But this is what I want to tell DamnHomie. Listen, this is obviously an Instagram live that you took from your Instagram and posted on YouTube. But listen, you are live in a public place, a mall, that many people can look at the background and see where you at. DamnHomie, don't do that shit no more. Do not go live in a public place anymore. I just talked about earlier in this live where a few days ago a young man in the city of Chicago was live streaming on Facebook from his car, broad daylight, in the city of Chicago on the west side, where I'm sure he's from, and somebody came up to him and unalived him on the live. DamnHomie, you a public figure. People know who you are. And not everybody likes you. A lot of people like you, but when you're a public figure on the internet, you're always going to have people that do not like you. And you always going to have people that watch you that are on bullshit. So with that being said, DamnHomie, again, don't ever go live from a public place where people can see where you are. You are live walking through the mall. These ain't the times for that. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that and guarantee your safety. You want to do your best to guarantee your safety. You don't need to be live showing where you are in real time, and you don't even need to take pictures and posts or videos and posts where you are while you are still there. If you take a picture at the mall or a video at the mall, don't post the shit until you are gone from the mall. Don't let people know your location in real time. it's just not safe. Don't do that no more.
That because who the fuck? How are they bold enough to even go pick these little girls up? I've seen so many pimps. I've literally seen a pimp try to run a little girl off the blade, like it was like a 16-year-old girl, and he hit her with a car. Why you like,
that.
bro? She has no other way of eating.
I don't know about hit the bitch with the car, but on the dead homies, niggas gonna get
I'm
up on.
saying I feel like the little hookers get kept to more. They keep them accountable, but not the customer who's a 50-year-old man trying to pick up a 14-year-old. No.
Well, that video again, just like this ATM Richie dude, and just like the guy in the video, because I saw the video that she's talking about. And I know some of y'all that's watching right now saw the video, and that video is like a year or two old. But this goofy ass boy is driving his car and he sees a girl down and he suspects that she's underage and he hits his car. Fortunately, not mortally, but he hit her with his car in a way that like knocked her off balance. Fortunately, she didn't get hurt. But he pulls up and hits the girl with his car, makes her like stumble, and then he jumps out on the dead homies. Bitch, is you a minor? You a minor? On the dead homies. You on my blade and you's a minor? Let me see your ID. Woody, 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 woo. Again, another individual. Technology is moving very fast. The world is moving very fast. These niggas is too slow to be the pimping. That dude in that video, he's another person that is just too slow to be this pimping. You can't be a pimp and be stupid at the same time. And these dudes are just stupid. Like, I'll be amazed that they can walk and talk and do things, because I be thinking sometimes they don't even have a brain. You gotta have a brain just to walk and talk and move around and do shit. And I'll be like, they so dumb. I'll be thinking like, damn, how can you have a brain and do shit this stupid with a brain in your head that works? You know what I mean? But no, that guy in the video that she talking about, he's another person. I don't even know who he is. I just know he ain't no damn pimping, because pimping ain't, you know, if you think that a girl is really underage, a pimp is not, a grown ass man is not going to pull up and hit her with his car and then jump aggressively, get in her face and threaten her and all that old type of shit. Man, no. Pimping ain't gonna do that. A real man ain't, leave pimping out of it. A real man ain't even gonna do no shit like that. What man is gonna pull up to a girl that he thinks is a minor and hit her with his car and then jump out and get in her face all aggressive? Come on, man. See, this is the shit that be upset me, man, that everybody, you know, everybody just think they some pimping, or everybody just call everybody some pimping. That ain't it.
If people start putting hands on these people, they're gonna learn.
He's sick. He already prostitutes. He's already prostituting, baby. He's already sick. He got fetishes. He already nasty as fuck. We cannot stop that. We need that money around. But guess what? It's our responsibility to not have.
No, we don't need that money around. You know what I mean? See, this again, why I say everybody shouldn't be talking on the internet. Everybody's not responsible enough to use their voice on the internet, man. We don't need that money around. Money that's being spent on underage girls, we don't need that money around. We don't want that money around. Take that money and burn it. Like, that money shouldn't even exist. Like, and the people who spending it, their hands need to be cut off. Like, we don't need that money around, and we don't want that money around. Don't say that.
Kids around, because whatever we present to the tricks, they're gonna buy. I don't care if it's a kid, a slug with an ass. It could be a motherfucking goat with a big ass booty. If that booty big enough, they're gonna buy it. On the dead homies, I could put a wig on right now and go on fig. If my booty look good enough, no homo on the dead homies, and that'll never happen. I guarantee you, I can get some money. Y'all seen this situation?
Did y'all hear what this boy just said? Did y'all hear what this boy just said? Y'all know I got to do it. You can't be this, like, we gonna leave the pimping out of it. You just can't be this slow, period. What is wrong with you? Listen to what he said. I'm a DJ screw this shit. I'm gonna slow it down for you so you can hear.
Gonna buy it on the dead homies. I can put a wig on right now and go fig. If my booty look good enough, no homo on the dead homies, and that'll never happen. I guarantee you I can get some money.
Man, you see what people do in front of a camera on the internet, man? This shit is crazy. God damn. I'm astonished, man. I really am. You know, it ain't too many things that like astonish me, man, but I'm astonished right now. I really am. Like, I'm in amazement. I just can't believe that he said this on camera. That's crazy. What makes your mind even go that way? That's crazy. God damn. Can you imagine how people gonna play with that? Man, people gonna have a field day with that.
Y'all seen the situation with the nigga from A-Trey. He was out there on Fig with a G-string and was getting a bag into his homies seen him. Beat him up. What'd he say? I was talking to the big homies and all that. They said I could do this. On the dead homies, this is happening. These tricks is
I don't see that happening. If somebody's big homie is telling him to go pimp a minor, that's what kind of big homie is that?
We got
Hey, damn homie is funny as hell because she's just so genuine. Like, what kind of big homie is that? Oh, damn homie funny as hell. What kind of big homie is that? She's like, no, that's not true. Nobody, because whose big homie would tell him to do that? What kind of big homie is that? Oh my goodness. Ain't nobody. And see, again, that's what I don't like. And you know, I'm a non-affiliate. That's what's crazy. I'm a non-affiliate and I be like finding myself trying to defend communities better than certain gang members. But listen, you know, shout out to the A-Trays, man. You know, the A-Trays ain't got no big homies condoning that. And I seen that video that he's talking about as well, where the young dude who allegedly was from A-Tray really was on 69th and Figueroa Street with a skirt on and some heels, looking like Tu Wong Fu. Really out there probably catching dates, you know what I mean? But that ain't got nothing to do with the A-Trays, man. You know, you have weird people that come from everywhere, but that doesn't mean that where they come from encourages or condones them to be that way. That ain't it, man.
Nah, bro. People gotta stop following people that are forcing you, like they're telling you how to go to jail, basically. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. No big homie is gonna tell you go pimp on a minor.
Nobody should ever. No, if you ever, like I said, if you ever got a pimp on a minor, that's not pimp. You ever got to persuade a minor to do it. Pimp is naturally around for decades on the dead homies. A woman know what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to go get that bag and give it to that man, and that man's supposed to make the greatest investments of their life, and it's supposed to keep going. That's how
we've already talked about this, and we already agreed that that's not even.
But that's how
accurate.
That's how it goes, though. That's how it begins. That's how it started.
What happens is these girls. What happens is pimps will sell you a dream, and then these little girls will give them all their money, and then in the end they end up with nothing when the pimp ends up kicking them out.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's if the bitch bad business.
That's how it always happens. I've never seen a situation where a girl in the end ends up getting out of the life and the pimp is there for her. A pimps always say a bitch is always gonna go. Eventually she's gonna get tired of this shit and leave. You're right.
Look.
Yeah, you know, and bless damn homie, you know what I mean, bless her heart because she don't know no better, like I keep on saying. I just don't like the fact that, you know, this guy calls himself speaking on behalf of the game because he don't even know how to properly represent the game and he don't even know what the hell he talking about.
Gucci Man and his wife.
That's different. He didn't pimp on her. What are you talking about?
You don't think they not doing that? You don't think she got an OnlyFans and you don't think she running it up?
She don't got an OnlyFans. She don't. She has a waist training business. I know because I bought her waist trainers for me and my mom. She don't got an OnlyFans. Gucci's wife is completely different. She was a video girl who made her name into a brand, and she has a makeup line that I've bought. She has outfits for the gym. I bought literally everything she's ever sold. That's completely different. No, she doesn't have an OnlyFans.
And shout out to Gucci Mane's wife, Keisha Kior, man. Because no, she doesn't have an OnlyFans as far as I know, but he chose the wrong example because damn homie just so happens to be a connoisseur of everything, you know, all the merchandise that Keisha Kior has for sale, Gucci Mane's wife. But you know, he used a bad example, not just her trying to say she got an OnlyFans, but you know, she's talking about people in the game. 304s messing with a pimp. Gucci Mane is not a pimp, and his wife is not a 304. So, you know, this is why I say, man, you know, I really dislike the fact that people like him can get on the internet and try to speak for this game. Too stupid to be this pimping.
If a woman has an OnlyFans, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean, like, first of all, not every woman's getting fucked on OF. A lot of women, the most money you can make is by not having sex on there. It's all a tease. But that's, you know, nowadays I feel like even being a woman and not having one is like, you're kind of stupid in a way. But to have a pimp, I think you're even dumber because a pimp is only going to look out for himself, especially if you're a little girl, bro. I don't think anyone should be a hooker until, bro, before 21. Don't let nobody talk you into anything. Like, and it sucks.
I don't know, man. I don't know. My thing is, I don't know. It's bad for any renegade. Any bitch out here prostituting and don't got no folks on the dead homies, you down bad.
You're down bad either way if you're prostituting.
On the dead homies. On the dead homies. On the dead homies. Too stupid to be this pimping. On the dead homies.
Whether you have folks or not. If you have folks, you're fucked because he's going to take all your money and not even look out for you. If you don't have folks, then you don't have nobody. I think, like I said before, if you're going to be a hooker in this generation, hire yourself a security guard. He's going to be way cheaper than a pimp, no offense. But I'd rather pay $800 a day, someone to just drive me around and look out for me, versus giving all my money to somebody. You know what I mean? Because then
yeah, damn homie, because you don't understand the game again. And, you know, again, this young guy is just too stupid to be the pimping, so he don't even know what to say to her. You know, me, myself, it wouldn't even be worth it to try to break the game down to somebody like her. But, you know, and I wouldn't do this type of interview either, where she's interviewing me. I probably would be the interviewer before I be the interviewee. You know what I mean? Like me, I don't get on chicks' Instagrams and shit like that. But if I was to allow her on my live and she was to ask something like that or say something like that, you know, I'm the pimpin', so I know how to break this shit down. But I just don't like, again, how people like him get on these platforms, try to speak for the game, and don't know what the hell they talking about. Too stupid to be this pimping.
why people end up going to jail. They give deals for murder. They don't give deals for pimping, for human trafficking, because of what it is. You're basically taking all of someone's money, not some of it, all of it, and then you're putting into your savings, not her savings. It's not like you're starting a bank account for her. And
for the record, you know what I mean, a driver and a security guard, you know, cannot bring nearly the value to your 304 and to the pimping wheel. You know what I mean? Like, you can drive yourself and you can protect yourself. So, you know, basically the security guard and the driver is doing something for you that you could do for yourself. But the pimping is doing a plethora of things for you that you cannot do for yourself. Thinking on higher level than you is one of many.
You are. She's not even getting 10% of what she's made. So my thing is, if I was a hooker, I would tell my pimp, if you're not gonna help me suck the dick, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Right, and that's why you don't have a pimp, haven't had a pimp, and won't have a pimp, because if you was to talk to a pimp like that, yeah, as Sinful the P would say, he definitely gonna become a hairstylist with your dumb ass. But yeah, you know, you just wasn't meant for no pimping, and you know, let alone to understand the pimping, and that's okay. You know what I mean? You better off over there, and pimping is better off over here.
Yeah, y'all. Hey, look. Now I call you damn homie. On the dead homies, you got the game fucked up, baby. You find you find this wine, and I've been trying to make you mine, but that's not how the game go. And if you was with me on the dead homies,
I'd be fucked. I wouldn't be at the mall right now.
See, you know what I mean? He really ain't even worth it. But see, I know a trick when I see one, man. And, you know, damn homie be interviewing all these different gangbangers and shit like that. But the majority of them, if not every last one of them, want to trick on her for real. And will trick on her if she's so inclined to break on them. It's just that, you know, I haven't seen one of them that was worth her breaking on. But it's not to say that she hasn't interviewed, because I don't know everybody that she done interviewed. But from the ones that I've seen her interview, ain't none of them worth, you know, breaking on. But, you know, if all of these dudes had a bag, damn homie could have that bag if she wanted to. Like, if he had a whole bunch of money, damn homie could for sure break his ass. And I could tell her how to do it. And that go for every last one of the gangbangers that she done interviewed. You know what I mean? You know, dudes really, and that'd be the thing too, like I've talked about before. A lot of dudes be hiding behind the pimping. They be tricks hide behind the pimp persona. You know what I mean? But they really be tricks though. You know, and they figured out how to hide behind the pimp persona so that they don't have to pay a monetary price for their fantasies to be fulfilled. But yeah, man, dude, he really just wanted, and he, if you pay attention to how he talking to her right now, you can see he really just want to trick on her.
But definitely at the mall right now, but you would just, you know.
I'd be buying you an outfit instead of myself. Shit, I'll buy me a little outfit.
Communication is key, and we would just have a different understanding.
Nah, we got to go live again.
You know, yeah, definitely, absolutely.
When I get home, we could do a longer live.
All right, when you get home, get with me. Make sure you stay safe up there and watch your back, because you know you is famous.
That was probably the smartest thing that he said to her throughout the entire 13 minutes and some change that they was talking. You know what I mean? Because again, let me say it again, like I said it just a minute ago. Damn homie, don't go live from no public places where people can see where you are ever again. Don't do that no more. You know, because you have strange people out there, and this is what you got to understand when you're a public figure, right? Even though you might not be, you know, millions of subscribers and shit, people know who you are. And when you're a public figure and you go into the public, you can't see everybody, but everybody can see you, right? So, you know, you don't know who everybody is. So you can't recognize the people who know who you are from the people who don't know who you are, right? You can't single people out and be like, oh, this person's safe, this person's dangerous, this person I don't know. You don't have the capability to do that when you step out into the public as a public figure, right? So you have to take certain precautions and you have to make sure that you're safe. So, you know, the last thing that you need to be doing, damn homie, is going live in a big ass mall, you know, and people be thinking to themselves, see, like, damn homie, she, you know, she not really a street person like that. So she don't think about things from a street person's perspective, right? But take it from a street person like me, right? like for instance, she's in this mall, and it you know, I have my idea of what mall I think she's at, but I'm not gonna say which mall I think she's at, right? But if it's the mall that I think she is at, people think of that mall and be like, oh, well, you know, I'm safe here. Nothing will ever happen to me at this place. You know what I mean? And that'll be the place that it happens at, you know, because one thing that the pandemic did is it made jackers and, you know, unalivers and just dangerous people, it made them far more brazen than they've ever been. So people are more inclined than they've ever been to do crazy shit like that in big open areas like that. And then even before, long before the pandemic, you know, when people want to get you, they see you, they don't care where you at. You know, rest in peace to Dollar. But Dollar, for those of y'all who might be too young or don't remember, Dollar was a rapper that was on the rise, and the young man was talented, man. I can't lie, I really like Dollar, man. Like, Dollar was dope. He was a good ass rapper, and he was marketable, and he had it, you know what I mean? And if he would have continued to live, I'm sure he would have went on to do big things in the music, right? But Dollar was at the Beverly Center, at PF Chang's, a very public place, not nowhere near the hood, Beverly Hills, broad daylight. And the cold part about it, at the time, my homeboy Smooth, my brother, Smooth had an apartment like 2 blocks from the Beverly Center. And we was all right there down the street when Dollar got killed. But yeah, man, you know, took that young man's life out there in the open in front of everybody. You know, so, and I'm pretty sure that Dollar at the time is probably thinking like, you know, I'm at the Beverly Center. Don't nothing be happening up here. I'm good. You know what I mean? FBG Duck, another example. You know, the area where Duck got killed, that's not known for that type of shit to be going on over there downtown Chicago. But, you know, when people want you, they don't care where you at. They gonna do what they do. They not thinking about after the fact. So with that in mind, man, you got to be careful. When you a public figure, you know, you just got to move a certain type of way. You got to be careful. And the last thing you need to do is be live and reveal your location. You know, rest in peace to Pop Smoke. But, you know, had Pop Smoke not revealed his location on the internet, he probably would still be here. You dig? So you got to be careful, man. As a public figure on the internet, you dig? Let me hydrate my game one time. Hey, listen, man. If you have not wiped your feet off at the door when you stepped into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Rain HQ032 says these are all rappers though. Yeah, but see, it don't even have to be you getting unalived. You can get hurt, or you can just get robbed. Don't nobody even want to get robbed. They had that situation on, I can't remember that young boy's name, man. You know, that's out of my range, but it's a young dude that's real popular on YouTube. I forget his name, but he was on Rodeo Drive a few months ago and got robbed over there. Some people was trying to say that it was a play and that he was doing it for Clout or whatever. I don't think so. I think he really got robbed, but I could be wrong. That might be me not knowing no better, but it appeared that he really got robbed, and that was on Rodeo Drive. And this is a white boy that's not a rapper, not hood at all. You know what I mean? Not wrapped up in no hood shit, not a gang member, not none of that. Damn, I can't remember that boy's name. But he's real big on YouTube though. And you know, again, you can get robbed, you know, and it don't matter where you at, you just got to be careful. And you got some guys that might see you as a better target because you a female, like somebody like DamnHomie, right? Just imagine DamnHomie walking with some bags from Gucci or Louis or Fendi or some shit like that in her hand, walking to her car. You know what I mean? You got certain dudes that be laying in the cut waiting for that type of opportunity. You know what I mean? Or imagine her walking down Rodeo Drive or Melrose with some bags. Hey, man, like I said, these dudes are more brazen and bold than they've ever been. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be a time where when you in places like Melrose or Rodeo Drive, you know, them type of places, you kind of could, you know, be at ease because of where you were. It was unlikely that you would get robbed or hurt in those places. But it's been going on lately though. Past, like, really since the pandemic, that shit been going on. Aaron Moses says, so Illuminati had 2 instances like that. He had to sell his house. He accidentally showed his address walking through his neighborhood in Scottsdale, I believe, like 2015. Yeah, you got to be careful, man. Right, Young Dolph got his Hollywood. And yeah, he's a rapper too, and you know, he was into beef and shit like that. But you know, being in that lifestyle, you gonna attract, you know, attention more likely than somebody who's not like that, like a DamnHomie, for instance. You know what I mean? But the bottom line is, people know who DamnHomie is, and she might not be in the streets, and she might not be a rapper, but she's associated herself with that world of people. So, you know, people who listen to rappers, or people who even got beef with rappers, or people who got beef with different gang members and shit like that, they know who she is based on who she's associated herself with. You know, so she got to be careful. She's not just, you know, that'd be the thing. You know, she probably thinking to herself like, well, I'm not famous like that. I'm not, you know, I know I got popularity on the internet, but I ain't famous like that. But, you know, that's enough. You know, you are popular enough where there are people who don't like you. And if they see you in public, they might want to try to take advantage of you, or just try to get a viral moment off of you doing something to you, putting you in a vulnerable position. You don't even want to deal with that. It's just, you know, you don't want to, you make yourself vulnerable like that, and you don't want to be in no vulnerable situation. You just don't, especially when you don't have to. Aaron Moses said he taking the Muay Thai classes. Dig that. Right, PNB Rock is another, but see, PNB Rock was tripping. PNB Rock was tripping, man. He didn't have no, I don't know. And see, that'd be certain people's thing, and I can't lie. I've been guilty of the same thing, of being in the city that I'm not from, a state that I'm not from, and going to the hood and doing certain shit. I've done that before, but it's not wise. And fortunately, I've been blessed to not have anything happen to me in them situations. But PNB Rock, man, he didn't have no bit, like, see, it's a lot of people who don't know the area where PNB Rock got unalived at. Listen, man, I'm from Los Angeles County. I'm from Long Beach, but I'm from LA County. I'm not even going over and I'm a non-affiliate, so it ain't like my enemies is over there or some shit like that. I'm not even going over there. I'm not going to no damn Manchester and Maine to do nothing. I'm not going over there for nothing. You know, like, and that's PNB Rock. And he went over there with his jewelry on. He was tripping. Like, but see, I know what it is. Like, PNB Rock, and God rest his soul, all due respect, man. He had that, just like I was talking about the other day when I was live about people from Chicago, LA, New York, when they go other places, they think they the toughest person there and don't respect where they at. You know, and PNB Rock was one of them people that was like, you know, I be having a thing on me. You know, he just was on an interview with Academics not too long before he passed, was saying, yeah, you know, I know how to move, so, you know, I'm good, wooty wooty whoop. And, you know, it don't matter if you got that thing on you. You don't need to be putting yourself in the frying pan. And Manchester in Maine is the frying pan. You have no business over there. You know what I mean? That's a war zone, man. Like, you got to know where you at. And, you know, to my understanding, he had been living in California for some time. So, you know, it's a lot to understand the streets of LA, to understand how to navigate around LA. If you're not born and raised in LA County, then it's just too much to learn, man. Like, it's different when you grow up in that environment. You know, you kind of naturally come to understand where you at, especially once you become a grown man and you start moving around the whole county. Like, as a kid, you kind of like learn your city. Like, if you from Long Beach, then you understand the neighborhoods in Long Beach. If you from Compton, you understand Compton. If you from Carson, you understand Carson, so on and so forth, right? But then when you become a grown man, you start to understand Linwood, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Watts, South Central, you know what I mean? Pasadena, Pomona, West Covina, Duarte, Monrovia, San Fernando Valley, Pacoima, North Hollywood. You start to understand all that shit, and it's hoods everywhere, right? So when you from LA, you kind of like know how to move, where to move. But when you not from LA, it's just so much to learn about the streets. Like, and then LA is the appearance of things can be deceptive. You know, you might be in an area that look real nice. Like Carson, for instance. Carson, California, you know, a lot of Carson looks real nice. But those nice looking areas can be dangerous. You know, you can't let the appearance be the interference. Inglewood is the same way. You got certain parts of Inglewood that look real nice, but it's very dangerous over there. South Central the same way, like over there in the Hundreds and shit. In the Hundreds, it look, you know, some of them neighborhoods look nice. Certain parts of Compton look nice, but it's dangerous. You have to know where you at. And then some places look nice and it is nice. You know, you got certain dangerous places that look just like the safe places. You know what I mean? So like LA is just real tricky. It's super tricky, man. So, you know, you have to know where you at, man. Like, man, I hate that for PNB Rock, man. I really do, because he didn't have no business. Like, he should have never even knew how to get over there. Like, how did he even know how to get over there? Did he just like look up Roscoe's or something? Hey, listen, man, it's Roscoe's right there in Hollywood, man. Hollywood and Gower. That's the Roscoe's he was. If he just wanted some Roscoe's, he was supposed to go to the one on Hollywood and Gower. Or they got one on Harbor Boulevard in Anaheim down the street from Disneyland. They got a Roscoe's over there now. That's kind of far from LA, But, you know, if he just so happened to be over there by Disneyland, it's a Roscoe's by Disneyland now. You know what I mean? The Roscoe's in Pasadena, I would say is safer than that one that he was at. But the one in Pasadena kind of a wobbler. You know what I mean? I think I done ate at every Roscoe's. I done ate at the one in Pasadena. I done ate at the one on Pico, Hollywood, Long Beach, Manchester and Maine. I think it's a Roscoe's in Inglewood too, ain't it? I'm tripping. I'm having a brain fart. I done ate at damn near almost every Roscoe's though. But the one in Long Beach is cool. It's kind of out the way a little bit if you ain't going to Long Beach, but if you in the Long Beach area, the Roscoe's in Long Beach is kind of like in a neutral area. It's not like in the hood. You could, I mean, but you still got to be careful though. Because even if you at a Roscoe's that ain't in the hood, or not just Roscoe's, it go for anything, right? Like anybody could be anywhere. You know, you could be at Mastro's. And, you know what I mean, your enemies might be at Mastro's. Or somebody that just, if you a public figure, you know, and for those of y'all who don't know, Mastro's is a steakhouse in Beverly Hills, super nice. You know what I mean? I love Mastro's. But you could be at Mastro's and the wrong person could see you up there. And some bullshit could happen. Like, you just got to be careful how you move, man. You really do. Right, I thought so, Sepulveda, because I kind of figured that the one on Manchester and Maine wasn't the only one on Manchester. I thought it was the one in Inglewood was on Manchester. Yeah, because I've eaten at that one. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I done ate at the one on Manchester and Inglewood. Matter of fact, that's one of the last Roscoe's that I done ate at. The one in Inglewood and the one by Disneyland. I ate at the one by Disneyland too. Right, or like West Adams say, you know, you could just play it safe and DoorDash. You know, if you know, on the real, like if you a public figure, that's really your best bet. You know what I mean? If you're not going to like a Mastro's or a Lowry's or something like that, yeah, just DoorDash, man. If you want some Roscoe's, DoorDash. And you're a PNB Rock, you got hit records out and shit like that, and you be wearing jewelry and shit. Hey, man, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub. That's what you do, man. For real, though. Right, he could have went to Crustaceans, too. That's another one. You know what I mean? Or go to a high-end restaurant, Culver City. Yeah, man, you know, it's so many other nicer places. Or in the Valley, just anywhere on Ventura Boulevard. From the East Valley to the West Valley, man. The whole Ventura Boulevard is nice. It's a lot of nice restaurants on Ventura Boulevard that's low-key. You know what I mean? That's where a lot of the celebrities be at. Like, see, if you a celebrity, you supposed to be where the celebrities be at. The celebrities be in the Valley. For real. Especially the West Valley. You know what I mean? Woodland Hills, Encino, Tarzana. That's where you, if you a PNB Rock, that's where you supposed to be. Now, they don't have a Roscoe's out that way. The closest one out that way would probably be Hollywood and Gower. But yeah, man, if you PNB Rock, you supposed to be in the Valley, man. On Ventura Boulevard. That's where you supposed to be at. You know what I mean? Topanga. You supposed to be out that way, man. You ain't got no business in no damn South Central, no Manchester and no Maine. Like, at all, man. You know, unless maybe, not. I was going to say even if you with somebody from over there, but that don't even matter. Because sometimes just because somebody is from a certain area, you know, that's the thing about LA gangs. Like, it's not like there's not like a hierarchy with the gangs in LA. Now, you have certain OGs that got respect in their hood, but there's not no leadership. You know, like other gangs in other areas or other ethnicities and shit like that. Like there's no hierarchy with the gangs in LA. So, you know, you might be with somebody that's well respected and well known, but somebody will still come and do something to you, even though you right there with their big homie. You know what I mean? You just got it. Like LA can get on bullshit like that. You know what I mean? So, like me, if I'm a PNB Rock and I got hit records out and I got a bunch of jewelry and I don't want to have to like worry about where I'm going with my jewelry, you know, I'll be in the valley, man. You got gangs in the valley and shit too, and you got dudes that be on bullshit in the valley and shit too, but like the parts of the valley where the celebrities and shit be at, it's possible it could go down but it's just much less likely that some bullshit happened to you over there. You know what I mean? It's just much less likely, man. Right, leave Canoga Park alone too, you know what I mean? It just depends on where you at, you know what I mean? Woodland Hills is cool. West Hills, that whole area, Fallbrook, you know what I mean? Like, you just got to be careful moving around that LA, man. But that go for anywhere you at, man. Like, you just got to know when you, like, because PNB Rock, he from Philly. So if you move to a new city like LA, man, you just got to learn your way around. Like me, that's what I do. Whenever I go to a new city, I learn my way around. I learn where the nice part is. I learn where the hood is. I learn all the major streets. I for sure got to know where Whole Foods is, and I for sure got to know where the gym is. You know what I mean? 9 times out of 10, Whole Foods is not in the hood. You know what I mean? So if you find out where Whole Foods is, you're on the right track. You know what I mean? But that's me, though. Like, whenever I go to a new city, first and foremost, Whole Foods and the gym. I got to know where both of them is at. And then once I find that out, like I said, I learn, you know, the good part of town, the bad part of town, you know what I mean, and all the major streets and all that shit. You dig? Pop Smoke got unalived in LA too, right? Yeah, he did. And see, the area where Pop Smoke lost his life, that's not nowhere near that. He was in Hollywood Hills. That's where all the money is at. You know what I mean? That's where the mansions and all that type of shit is. You know, but Pop Smoke, he mistakenly revealed his location on Instagram. He didn't intentionally do it. He did it on accident, you know what I mean? And like Pop Smoke's situation is sad too, man. That shit right there. That shit is sad, man. Pop Smoke, another one. Like if Pop Smoke was able to stick around, he would have been, cause he was so hot. Like every time, and I was in Miami when Pop Smoke got killed. And man, in Miami, he was on fire. So if he was on fire in Miami, I could just imagine the East Coast and even the West Coast and all that shit, Midwest, everywhere. You know what I mean? But he was on fire in Miami. Like every car that went by, every time you turn the radio on, you go to the club, like you was hearing Pop Smoke everywhere. You know what I mean? I had just got hip to him. And then he ended up losing his life, man. But yeah, Pop Smoke wasn't nowhere near the hood. You dig? Right, them YNs were like some damn detectives. They really was, though. Right, Biggie got killed on Fairfax and Wilshire. But see, in Biggie's situation, that was just different because Biggie shouldn't even been on the West Coast. Like me, if I'm Biggie and I'm beefing with a Tupac and Tupac just lost his life, I'm giving the West Coast a break at least for like a year. At least a year. And it had been what, like, it had been like 6 months. Like, it was like 6 months between Pac losing his life and Biggie losing his life. It was like a 6 month span, but it was still kind of like, it was still like a thing, you know? And, yeah, he should have just stayed away from the West Coast for longer than, like, he should have just stayed away, man. Biggie would have been cool if he would have just stayed away, because again, you know, it's like the equivalent of revealing your location on Instagram. You know, they was at that party or that function, whatever it was, on Wilshire, and everybody knew that he was there. It was a bunch of celebrities there, you know what I mean? But like, everybody knew that Big Bad Boy and all of them, everybody knew they was there. So, you know, Biggie should have just never even been on the West Coast. You know, and you know, like, Going Back to Cali was a dope ass song, and you know, I was bumping it back then. But, you know, just like, well, nah, I got to take that back, because, yeah, that song really didn't become popular till after he passed. But, yeah, even in the song, he was like, what did he say? He said something about the East. I live out there, so don't go there. But that don't mean a nigga can't rest in the West, see some nice breasts in the West, smoke some nice sets in the West. Yeah, like, he shouldn't have. Biggie should have just stayed away. And see, like J4 say that song was a taunt. That's how certain people would take it. Even though some people took it as props, but some people took it as like, you know, you just was beefing with Tupac. He just died. And now you make a song like this, you know, Bad Enough. See, it was just so much going on. It was already bad enough that Mobb Deep had just came out with Hell on Earth, and they, you know, they had a diss song on there that came out after Pac died. It was just so much going on, man. Like, it was, you know, between the whole East and West, and the media didn't make it no better. The media was really making shit bigger than really what it was. It wasn't just like the whole East Coast versus the whole West Coast. It was like specific individuals on either side who didn't get along with each other. But the media hyped it up to be more than what it was, and the media wasn't cool, man. The media was on some bullshit. But it was a lot going on, man. And Biggie should have just stayed away until everything died down. So, right, like how he say, we from the West Coast, that's how we take things. Yeah, because see, with Biggie, like that Going Back to Cali, he should have left that alone, because see, people who not from California don't understand how territorial California is. Like, everything is territorial. Everything is about territory. Where you from? Like, where you from is everything in California. So for somebody who's not from California to make that song at that time, you know what I mean, in the climate of what was going on, like, it just wasn't a good time. It was bad timing. Yeah. Yeah, let me shout out. I'm tripping. Y'all know how I get, man. I get to going, and I be forgetting to shout out my super chats. Aaron Moses, the one, as always, good looking with the $5 holler. As far as the big situation, my dad told me for years since I was in 5th grade, son, your pride will kill you. Honor thy father. R.I.P. Big, long live Sinful to P. Yeah. And that probably what it was. Like Biggie, you know, Biggie was probably thinking like, man, I got love on the West Coast. And he did, because I was a Biggie fan. I was a Tupac fan too, but I wasn't one of them people that was choosing sides. You know, I like both of them. I was listening to both of their music while both of them was alive, while both of them was beefing. I was listening to both of their shit. You know what I mean? That's just like with Death Row and Ruthless. I was listening to both of them. When Death Row and Ruthless was going back and forth, when Dr. Dre and Eazy-E was dissing each other, and the Dog Pound and BG Knockout and Dresta and all of them was dissing each other, I was listening to all of them. You know what I mean? All that shit was all that shit was hard. Like everybody was man, back then. See, this is when you really had to be talented, man. You couldn't just see. Now, if you have a certain type of clout, that clout can cause you to have a hit record. Like if you go viral on the internet for some other shit and then you put a song out, that song will ride your clout from the other shit you did and be it. But back then, you really had to be hard. You had to be dope. You know what I mean? And like Death Row was dope as hell. Death Row was killing it. But Ruthless was dope as hell too. Biggie was dope as hell. Pac was dope as hell. Like Bad Boy, like everybody was the shit back then. Hold on a second. Excuse my pimping. All righty. Oh yeah. You continue with these Supras. Hold up. Wait a minute. Mr. Reed, as always, good looking with the $5 holler. Glory to the game. Appreciate you. Borbalism, good looking with the $10 holler. Blessings to the game. Yes, indeed. Tyler, good looking with the $2 holler. Donations. 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 Ray Gunn, as always, good looking with the $2 holler. Clout is a hell of a drug. Blessings to the chat. You ain't never lied about that. Stan 219, good looking with the $2 holler. DC dropped a vid saying it's a prank. Don't nothing surprise me on the internet nowadays, man, but I don't know why somebody would do a prank making it look like, you know, putting themselves in a vulnerable situation like that. I don't know. Could be, ain't no telling. I hope ain't nobody dumb enough to do some shit like that, though. But, nah, you do have people that's dumb enough. Stay big, be big. Never one for as long as you live. You dig? Thomas Heritage Foundation. Good looking with the $5 holler. Appreciate you. Yeah, see big, be big. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Donations. Donations. Man, that's crazy what Umar going through right now, man. Like, boy, he going out bad right now. Sheesh. That is crazy. And, you know, everybody kicking him while he down because, you know, Umar, he be talking this shit. I hate to see that for him, though. I hope he learns from this, and I hope he bounces back, and you know, I just hope he learns and comes back better, man. It ain't never too late to tighten up. And yeah, he got a lot of work to do now, though. He done really put himself in a hole that is ugly. See, Umar is another person who underestimates the power of his, you know, celebrity status, like being a public figure. When you are an Umar, a Dr. Umar Johnson, you can't get on the internet and say, hey, man, they done locked my money up, man. I ain't got no access to no money, man. I'm broke right now, man. Can y'all look out? You can't do that. You can't do that when you Dr. Umar Johnson, because, like, people are going to look at you like, okay, see, who are your friends? Who are people that you've done business with, or people that you've looked out for? Like, where's your people at? For real, where are your people? Because as Dr. Umar Johnson, you should have a network of people that should be so solid that you should never have to get on the internet and beg for money. Never. You know what I mean? Now, I seen Milk 7-4 do the same thing, and I don't know if Milk was trolling or not, but you know, Milk, I don't expect him to have the same type of network that a Dr. Umar Johnson has. So, you know, Milk might have really been genuine. But the thing about Milk, he was like real specific about it. He like, look, you know what I mean? I need like $300 right now. I'm in a messed up situation. And you know what I like about Milk's when he did that? People was like, even though they don't understand it, how YouTube works, but they had the right attitude about it, though. They had the right, they did what they thought was best. They was giving them super chats and super thanks up the ass on that one video. You know, Milk was like, man, you know, I'm in a bad situation right now. I need like $300. You know, I never thought I'd end up like this. Whoopty whoopty whoop. He made a little video stating his case, and people was coming through with the super chats. And I'm pretty sure they was hitting his Cash App and shit too. But you know, somebody like a Milk 7, you know, even though I wouldn't do that, you know, I just like how Milk, you know, was able to utilize his platform when he was in need. But see, Milk ain't never promised everybody that he was going to build a school, and then people gave him the money to build a school, and then he didn't build the school. And then when he did supposedly build the school was never open. All that type of shit, right? But Umar, as long as Umar has been on the internet, he's been on the internet over 10 years, and you know, you're supposed to be a doctor, and you know, you've rubbed elbows with so many powerful people. Umar is supposed to have a network of people that if he needs anything, he should be able to go to his network of people and they can provide him with whatever he needs. The fact that he got on the internet and said, man, they done locked up my money, y'all. Man, I can't do nothing, man. I ain't got money for soap to wash my ass. I ain't got money for food. I ain't got money for toothpaste. Baby need new shoes. Like, man, I need y'all to look out for me, man. Hit my Cash App, or hit my Apple Pay, and hit my PayPal. My Apple Pay is this and my PayPal is that. Like, you should never have to do that. Never. Where is your people? You know, and that says a lot. You know how I look at that, right? See, those of y'all who done been to jail, you know what I'm talking about, right? But those of us who've been in jail, we've all seen that one person in jail. It's like, yeah, man, you know what I mean? I was moving big birds on the street, man, and man, when the feds cracked me, man, shit, I had $1 million in cash when they ran up in my crib, man, and I did this, did that, man, you know what I mean? They went to my mama's house and found another $2 million, man, and da. You know, talking all this big old shit. But when store come, they, you know, it's looking real ugly for them, man. They filling out that canteen ducket, knowing damn well they ain't finna have nothing come back. You know what I mean? They got their fingers crossed, hoping that somebody done put some money on their books this week, and then, you know, ain't nothing happening. And it lets you know, like, you couldn't have been doing it big on the streets like you said you was, because if you were, then, you know, that means that you've been good to people. You took care of people. So now that you down, they gonna look out for you, right? That's like me. Like, and I wasn't in jail like glorifying myself or nothing like that. But the shit that I went to jail for, like, my paperwork shows it, right? And I know that I was doing financially better than the majority of people I was in jail with, right? But I never like bragged or boasted or tried to make myself seem like I was this big figure or nothing like that. But I was making money and I was taking care of people. I was empowering people to make money for themselves, right? Part of what me and Smooth and Stacy, what we went to jail for, right? So we put a lot of people on. So needless to say, when we went down, we was good. All three of us was good. We never was in there messed up. You know what I mean? Like, I had people that was willing to look out for me, but a lot of times I tell especially when I got to the pen. When I got to the pen, I told people, like, don't put no money on my books, because I owed restitution at the time. And back then, restitution, they was taking like 44% of your money. So if your people sent you $100, they taking 44 of it. Back then, it's probably more now. I think it's 55 or some crazy stupid shit like that. But you know, if I was just a selfish individual or didn't care, you know, I could have had people, you know, flooding my books when I was in the pen. When I was in the county, I was straight. You know what I mean? Like, people was, you know, looking out for me, and I was good. Anytime I ever went to jail, I never been in a situation where I was just like all bad. You know, so that tells you a lot about somebody though. When they in jail and they saying all this big old shit, but ain't nobody looking out for them, that really tells you the truth about the relationships that they have. So back to Umar. You know, Umar has been on a lot of big platforms. He done been on The Breakfast Club. He done been on Vlad TV. He done been on, most recently, The Art of Dialogue. Like, every big platform you could think of, Umar done been on it. And, you know, he should have by now built up a network of people that are not only beneficial to him, but that he can be beneficial to. Right? There should have been so many times where somebody in need could come to Umar and be like, yo, Umar, man, I'm messed up, man. Can you look out for me, man? I need this, I need that. And he come through for him, right? And then now those people are up, and he should be able to reach out to them. The fact that you can't reach out to people for simple, like, basic necessities to just until your financial situation get figured out, like, something is wrong. That says a lot, man. Like, you really, it made me think you're not a good friend or something. Like, you're not a good business partner. You just like, I don't know how you are Umar Johnson and you got to get on the internet and beg. That's crazy. That is crazy. So again, like I said, hopefully he learns from these experiences, man, because I would be looking at myself like, God damn, I'm Dr. Umar Johnson and I got to resort to this. I ain't got no friends that I could call or no family that I could call and be like, yo, I need this. Can you look out? Like, and you can't say it's pride. You can't say that pride is keeping you from asking your people to help you, because pride would keep you from asking the internet to help you. So obviously your pride don't stop you from doing nothing. It's not a pride issue. It's a you just and then that's the crazy part, right? This is going to show you how sometimes people on the internet are like, as far as your supporters can be loyal to a fault. Because, man, Umar been talking about building that school, man. Shit, since like what, 2015, if not longer than that. He been talking about building that school for a good 10 years, if not longer. And man, so many people done donated so much money to him to build that school, man. Like, it's certain individuals who have donated hunks and chunks of money. Just one individual. It's numerous of them though, but it's numerous like individuals who they themselves alone have donated hunks and chunks to Umar because they believed in what he was selling. And the fact that he can get on the internet and say that he down bad and people still, because I'm sure like when he reached out like that, I'm sure people was hitting his Apple Pay and his PayPal. I'm sure he got some cool money that day. It's just crazy how, people could be, loyal to a fault. And hey, it's on them to do what they want to do with their money, but that's just crazy though. Like, it made me wonder, like, do he got a gambling problem or a tricking problem? Or the tricking problem wouldn't surprise me. He don't look like he got no drug problem. I don't think that a food problem maybe, but food problem ain't really that expensive to have you down bad like that. Because those two things shouldn't be your only access to money. Like, okay, your business account, your personal account, they shut that down. Okay, like you don't have any other, like you don't have no assets that you could liquidate, like nothing. That's crazy. Like, you Dr. Umar Johnson, you talk all this, knowledge and shit on the internet. Like, that's crazy, man. Eric Garrett say, I think he be tricking heavy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Umar be getting his trick on. I'm sure he done took some of the school's money and did some tricking. He done took some of that building fund and had some fun. My dad is an assistant principal. He broke the whole situation down to me. Umar really had no support in certain respects. To be honest, my dad, I've been teaching since 94, has been teaching since 94. There's no excuse for this. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like Umar strikes me as like a kind of an arrogant individual, right? And the problem with arrogant people is that, they think they good at everything they try to do. And they think they the best at everything that they try to do. And see, a smart person knows how to put other people around them that are smarter than them. And, when it comes to business, if you pay attention, those are the best business people. The best business people know how to put people around them that are smarter than them and better than them at doing certain things. So if, that school is in essence like a business. So, there's finances that have to be handled. So you should be the type of individual to put somebody around you who's smarter than you and better than you when it comes to that. Handling finances, handling business, managing the money, making the money go in the right areas, making the money grow, making the right investments, doing, that's what you would do if you got the right attitude. But again, like I said, Umar, he strikes me as a vain individual. And I don't know, maybe he was greedy at the same time. He didn't want nobody accessing the money like he had access to. I don't know, man. It's just he going out bad right now. Whatever way you want to slice the pie, however you want to look at it, Umar going out bad right now. Eric Garrett says, got to have more than 2 ways to income, especially if they can freeze, no pun intended, no pun, your accounts, aka cash, assets, network. Yeah, for real. For real, you got to have more, like me. And I'm not no Umar or nothing, but I got more than 2, ways to access money. Like 2 places that I have money. Like me, and I'm not nobody. I'm just a broke ass pimp. But I got more than 2 ways to access money. 2 places to access money, or 2 sources, or whatever you want to call it. Like, come on, man. You Umar Johnson, man. You dig? You got to tighten up, man. Shit, it's basically a class of 184 people across the country. Man, should have just switched to online. Yeah, and he could have did that too. He could have had an online school. But I get it though. Not like, it's not that him opening a school was a bad idea. How he went about it was just terrible. Because I like the idea, the theory behind the school. I get that, and if he would have delivered on his word and delivered what he painted the picture of, it would have been dope. Like, that school would have been dope if he would have delivered what he said he was going to deliver. Like, it would have been good. So the idea itself was not a bad idea. His execution of the idea was just terrible. Terrible. In the words of Charles Barkley, terrible. His execution was terrible. Does say he should have started off smaller, then progressively got bigger. He started off way too big. I don't even think that was the problem. It's just he didn't execute right, man. He didn't plan right. He didn't execute right. It just was all bad. And then that could be a thing too. Like, to be real with you, it could have been a thing where, because, man, people gave Umar in the beginning, like in the early days, man, they gave Umar a gang of money. He had a lot of bread. So he might not have known what to do with all that money at one time. That was probably his first time, having all that much money at one time, and he probably just didn't know how to act. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to act. And when you got money, when you got liquid right there, and, you like, oh, I want to go do this, and you got the liquid right there to do it, the temptation might have just been too great for him, man. And he probably just didn't know how to act when he had all that money in his hands at one time, because people was giving Umar a gang of money. They gave him a grip. In them early days, like 2017, 2016 or whatever it was back then, man, they was giving Umar a grip. They was giving that man some bread. So, you know, he probably just didn't know, you know, he probably got beside himself, man. Right, like CR Records say, you think it's always gonna be there. And that's probably what his problem was. You know what I mean? He got a constant flow of donations. Donations. You know what I mean? Like he got a constant flow of people, you know, breaking them off, and he probably just felt like, you know, it probably started off with like, I could spend 5,000. It's gonna, you know, people give me so much money. You know what I mean? If I spend 5,000 on this or that, it won't hurt. You know what I mean? And then before you know it, it's just a habitual thing. And then on top of that, you know, you're not delivering on what you said you was gonna deliver, and then you keep on making excuses as to why it's not happening at the appointed time. It's supposed to happen at this time, and then when this time come, oh, you know, this, you know, he got all these excuses and shit. Yeah. But again, like I say, hopefully Umar learn, man, because that's one thing about it. One thing you can't take from Umar when it comes to talking, when it comes to speaking, communication, oh, he got that. He know how to talk. So, you know what I mean? The gift of gab, man, will get you very far in life, man. Just that alone. Even if you don't have nothing else, if you know how to talk, you're going to be able to make things move. You're going to be able to make things happen, right? So that's why he's made it this far. You know what I mean? People was calling him a scammer 10 years ago, and he's still been getting people to give him money. So because of the way he talked. So I say all that to say, like, Umar's still going to be able to talk up on some money. It ain't over with for him. Long as he could talk, long as he can open his mouth as effectively as he always has, Umar gonna talk. He gonna talk himself up on some more money. You know, everybody talking shit about him. They roasting him and shit like that. But Umar is going to talk himself upon some more money. Trust me. As long as his mouth work, he's gonna make it happen. You know what I mean? But I just hope that he learns to be more responsible with the money. You know, when he start getting it again, because he gonna start getting it again. Trust me. The man know how to talk. I ain't gonna take that from him. You know what I mean? He ain't the wisest individual. You know what I mean? Like, he really could use a pimp friend. You know, if he had a pimp friend, he'd probably be a whole lot better off. You know, he probably need to slow down on the tricking. Don't stop tricking. Just slow down on the tricking. You know what I mean? Do some moderate tricking, some reasonable tricking. You know what I mean? Don't get irrational with your tricking. You know, yeah, man, I just hope that on his next go round that he's just wiser, man, because, you know, I'm pretty sure he be getting paid for them interviews. So all he got to do is do a few more interviews, and that's a little money in his pocket, and then he could just go from there. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I just hope that he, you know, because he got the power of influence, man. And I hope that he learns to be wise with it. You know, he might as well just scrap the school idea, and Umar needs to do something that can be beneficial to a lot of people, especially his people. And maybe he should be more quiet about it, because when he came with the idea of the school, he got a lot of people excited about that in the beginning. And that excitement prompted people to give him large sums of money that I'm sure they worked hard for, right? But when he made it such a big deal, what he's not thinking about is that, you know, you have a certain accountability that is associated with that. You can't just do anything and move any kind of way and do whatever with the money. Like, you have to, you got a certain level of accountability that comes with that. And I don't think he was thinking about that, right? So he done made a lot of mistakes. He done went through a lot of shit. So So hopefully, man, he tighten up, man. But yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up in just a minute. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you came into a pimp's domain, wipe your feet off at the door when you step out of a pimp's domain. Hit that like button, man. At least get a pimp to 300 before we get up out of here. We already at 291. And back to the moral of the story, man. Hey, listen. ATM Richie, not no pimping. Frosty the Pokemon Bandit, not no pimping. You know, the technology is moving fast. The world is moving fast. But a lot of these dudes is moving too slow. The game is moving fast. And these people was too slow to be in the game, man. Too stupid to be this pimping. And I really wish they'll keep this shit out their mouth. Just keep on representing your hood. Keep on gang banging. Keep putting it on the dead homies and all that type of shit. Leave this pimping out your mouth, though. You dig? And, yeah, don't, realize that there's cameras everywhere. So if you're going to do something, just do it considering the fact that from the moment you step outside, you're on camera. You dig? But make sure. Before we get up out of here. Dago Dog, good looking with the $10 holla. Hit him up. #1 diss track ever. I don't know, man. I gotta be real, man. You know what? I think my new favorite diss track is Not Like Us. That has to be the best diss track of all time. For sure the most impactful. I think that up until Not Like Us came out, Hit 'Em Up was probably the most impactful. I won't say it was the best. Me personally, I like Dollars and Cents more than Hit 'Em Up. No Vaseline is kind of like, I don't know. I don't really know which one I'll pick between No Vaseline and Hit 'Em Up, but I like Dollars and Cents better than both of them, right? But Not Like Us, like, because you got to think about it, right? Not Like Us, and good looking Dago Dog, by the way, but Not Like Us, man, like, if you think about how fast he put that song together and put it out, right? Because it was obvious that see them other songs, I believe Kendrick already had in the cut. He had that shit waiting. You know what I mean? When he did the song with Future, and he took the shots at Drake and God damn. How come I can't remember Forest Hill Drive, man? Damn, what the my mind is tripping. But y'all know who I'm talking about. God damn, I'm tripping. J. Cole. God damn. Hell wrong with my mind. But when he took shots at Drake and J. Cole on that song, man, I believe after that, Kendrick anticipated the response, and he's like, okay, in case J. Cole respond, I got 4 songs for him. I got 4 songs for Drake. You know what I mean? And since J. Cole bowed out early on, you know, he just kept hitting Drake with the Machine Gun Funk. You know what I mean? He let that switch go on him, right? So, but Not Like Us was different because when Drake came out with Family Matters, Not Like Us was like a direct response, like, because you could tell he made that shit on the spot. Because like how in Family Matters when Drake was like, "Day Free," that's where that A minor came from. A minor was obviously a response to that Day Free shit. A minor, Day Free, A minor, like that shit. And like the slave line, like rapping like you always trying to get the slaves freed. And then how he broke that verse, how he broke everything down, how Drake be using the Atlanta rappers for like Not Like Us, for sure. For me, that's the greatest diss song of all time. For sure. I gotta give it that. You know what I mean? People probably looking at me crazy, like, man, Freeze, how you put Kendrick above Pop? How you put Kendrick above DJ Quick? How you put Kendrick above Ice Cube, man? How you put Kendrick above KRS-One and LL Cool J, Jay-Z and Nas, man? How you do that? 50 and Ja Rule, man? Come on, man. Yeah, I even got to put it above Ether. I got to put Not Like Us above Ether, man. Because it's a similar thing, right? Because, like, if you look at it, the dynamics of the Kendrick and Drake beef is similar to the dynamics of Jay-Z and Nas, right? Because Drake is kind of like in the position that Jay-Z was back then. Because like how Drake is the biggest artist in the game right now, back then when Jay-Z and Nas got into it, Jay-Z was the biggest artist in the game at that time. So, and Nas would kind of be equivalent to like a Kendrick. He was a heavyweight, like Kendrick is a heavyweight, but Nas wasn't as big as Jay-Z, just like Kendrick wasn't as big as Drake, right? And because Jay-Z was so hard, like, didn't nobody expect Nas to drop Ether? Like, that shit was crazy. Like, it was nuts, you know? So Kendrick, man, coming with and then Ether was dope because, you know, he was responding to what Jay-Z was saying. You know, Ether was just, it was cold, man. But yeah, I gotta put Not Like Us even above Ether, man, for real. Like, even though Ether was so cold, it became a verb. Like, when you kill somebody on the track, it's like, yeah, he got ethered. You know what I mean? Like, that's how dope Ether was. Like, it became a verb. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, Kendrick though, with that Not Like Us, it was the way it was put out so cold, and then like, yeah, man, it's just so much shit behind it, man. I'll be all night talking about how dope of a song Not Like Us is, man. Like how, you know, you got people like Vlad with his buster ass was talking about, oh, the song quality is just so poor. It's poorly mixed and woody, 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 woo. Then that shit goes on to win Grammys upon Grammys upon Grammys. You know, after Vlad talked the shit about the quality of the song. You know what I mean? Then now that shit got billions of views. I mean, billions of streams. That shit been streamed billions of times. You know, biggest song of this decade, I believe. I think Not Like Us is the biggest song of this decade. Definitely the biggest song of 2024, for sure. But I think it's the biggest song of the decade, if I'm not mistaken. Productive P say, what about that DMX Party Up track? Come on, man, no. No. I love DMX. I ain't gonna lie though. I never was a fan of Party Up. I just didn't like that beat. I like X, but I ain't like that beat. I wasn't a fan of that Party Up beat. But it was a hit though. You know what I mean? People loved it. But, you know, a lot of people didn't even know that was a diss track. I think that Oakland show gonna be your last stop, nigga. For sure. Against All Odds, Pac was cold. From Pac was cold. Yeah, now, Against All Odds was hard. Corrupt calling out names for sure. Dope. All them songs is dope, man, but no, it's not touching Ether. Ether was all facts. Nah, Ether wasn't all facts. See, I remember in real time. If you want to be real, if you want to talk about facts, Jay-Z's Takeover was more factual than Ether. And that's a fact. If you go listen bar for bar, yeah, Takeover was more factual than Ether. You know what I mean? Because just stuff like, you know, like, I remember at that time, like, I remember real time, like, I was heavy into that. I was super diehard Jay-Z fan, you know what I mean? So, like, I was on Jay-Z's side of the battle, you know what I mean? I wasn't trying to give Ether his respect. Of course, later on, I gave it his props, but if you just want to talk about facts, though, that would go to Jay-Z. Ether wasn't all facts. Right. Dodgers made Not Like Us the team anthem of 2024. Not Like Us was just like, yeah, man, like he performed it at the Super Bowl, killed it. You know what I mean? Like Not Like Us is just on another level, man. Like Impact don't nothing come well, Ether will probably be the closest. 50 Cent Back Down, just he ethered Ja Rule. See, like I'm using ether as a verb. He ethered Ja Rule with Back Down. You know, but yeah, man, like Not Like Us. It ain't no Omar Gooden killing Cameron, by the way, 4-0 West. Hey, Eric Garrett, I gotta listen to the latest diss. And Omar Gooden, he got bars. I can't lie about that. Omar Gooden is dope. I gotta listen to his latest diss though. Ether was great because he was roasting Jay as well. Yeah, Ether was cold. Ice Cube No Vaseline was another cold diss track. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, with bell bottoms on, ha ha ha. Not Like Us was the best marketed for sure. Chris Hollow say not only the best marketed, but like strategically the way he put it together and the timing, the creativity, just like, and it wasn't even like lyrical miracle, like it wasn't even all of that. It was just like, nigga, I'm on your head. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'd have to give it to, but nah, you know what? Hold on. I do got to take some points away from Not Like Us. Not just being all the way real. Yeah, I gotta take some points, even though it was, you know, catchy and shit like that. Like, but then nah, I can't though, because like how they say all's fair in love and war. I was gonna say, you know, I don't like the whole, you know, taking shots at the minor shit and calling him a PDF file and all of that. But, you know, on the same token, Drake did do certain things to put himself in that bag. You know what I mean? Kissing underage girls on stage and shit like that. Like, he did that to himself. So I can't really take that away from Kendrick. I want to, but, you know, Drake did that to himself. Right. Meet the Grams was cold. Now, as far as creativity go, Meet the Grams is hard, though. You know what I mean? Hey, and I must say, though, you know what I mean? I got to toot my own horn. You know what I mean? Hold on, though, man. Hold on, man. Yeah, Pimp got to toot his own horn, man, because, you know, that Rap Devil simp diss, man. You know, that was pretty cool, too. You dig? That Rap Devil simp diss was pretty, it was, you know, I kind of did my thing on that one, though. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about creativity, though, you know what I mean? Hold on, though, man. Let me put y'all up on one of the greatest Pimp diss tracks, you know what I mean, ever, though. You know what I mean? Hold on, though. Before we get up out of here. Before we get up out of here, man. Put y'all up on the greatest Pimp diss track to ever be created, though. You dig? Some people tried it before, but they ain't do it like Freeze, though. You know what I mean? Hold on, though, man. Let me put y'all up on game right quick before we get up out of here. For those of y'all who don't know. You know what I mean? Hold on, though, man. Where's it at, man? Where's it at? Oh, here we go, man. Hold on, though, man. God damn. Hold on, I gotta sign in real quick. Come on, man. It's taking you so long. What the hell is this? Hold on, man. Let me put y'all up on game right quick, though, man. Hold on, though, man.
Freeze.
Without a warning at all. In the middle of all these buster ass niggas swarming my balls. This morning I got a call.
Yo, Freeze, it's the kid K-E-K-O. On your line to let you know I'm not here for your stable. Now the first one of them bitches to get out of pocket was that nigga Simpin' Lie. The same hoe be fucking with Polo the Bozo, the reason that Pimpin' died. Now this is some real shit. Freeze, I gotta reveal this. I promise that whole Simpin' Lie chose real quick. Now next is Johnny Trash. That chocolate hoe was so thick, that bitch was adding growth to my dick, cause I was watching Johnny's ass. I know Johnny's a blast, and I know she likes suckers, so like a chicken, I plucked her because I can't wait to fuck her. Now Johnny came home with a wifey hoe to face me. I think you call her stanky danky lowercase p. Now I wasn't for danky to choose me. That fat bitch is too friendly, and she the choosiest Susie. Now you got the largest action at him regardless, but if I catch you harassing my bitches, Freeze, I'm pressing charges. Oh, you thought I switched? No, I'm forever a snitch. Now you just been served by folks alert, you bitch.
Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist.
Clyde the dope fiend swallowing dope, who never knew the meaning of water nor soap. Never was in the
toothpaste, so never had a toothbrush. And when it come to putting on clean draws, that dusty nigga give 2 fucks. Sippin' lie was walking on the Vegas Strip one day, tryna buy some weed, but the weed girl say go away. Sippin' lie get mad, sippin' lie want beef. Now gangsta crib niggas is playing soccer with his teeth. Stroke 1, stroke 2, lying on the ground can't move. Stroke 3, stroke 4, left hand works no more. You oughta quit, cause you don't really want no part of this. Started it, knowing damn well you can't even ball a fist. Sorry bitch, you and Danky P the most desperate niggas I know. Your hand dead, his eye dead, this is your funeral. All Danky want for Christmas is a backbone. So next time a hoe spit in his face, he ready to smack hoes. All Danky want for Christmas is a capital P, so all his peers will look at him as an actual P. Striving for a Kentucky and capital B. In your head like, why these niggas always laughing at me? You niggas best run along, go on about your merry way. Play with that nigga who celebrate Halloween every day, cause I stop heads on the rifle. My devastation causes separation from your head and your vitals. You niggas is dead on arrival. Nigga, I'm Long Beach, but no gangbanger. East side, no lane changer. Turn up his presentation to the presentation, lace and make her a game changer. I'm who you niggas really wanna be. Ask Johnny who she think about when he fucking Honey Bee. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing.
Honey, please, honey, be honey, please. Don't send me back to them seagull sweets with lowercase p. That nigga stankin', don't like taking a bath. Daily depressing and stressing, you not knowing the half. I know you just took me back, but I ain't too proud to beg. At least let me stick around long enough to boil an egg. Plus I'ma get in the gym and I'ma stop sipping lean, so I could look like Freeze. Remember them pictures you seen? I know my tongue lethal, I satisfy you ahead. But if I look like he do, I satisfy you in bed. Even though you don't respect me and you think I'm a bitch, and I add insult to injury, I fuck with a snitch. But baby, come on, you know it ain't so bad fucking with Kiko. And I don't even use my balls, I told him he could keep those. And I connected with him in the gorilla place. Had to get to know the man under the gorilla face. He got my skeletons. And baby, you know I'm softer than gelatin, ugly with no intelligence. So I'm too weak to beat him, I can't defeat him. Man, where's my daddy sinful when I need him? Damn, fake gorilla mask wearing rapist. 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 But yeah, man, that's the coldest Pimp diss that you ever gonna hear. You dig? Yeah, man, just had to drop that on your earlobe one time before we get up out of here. You dig? But yeah, man, hold on. Deshaun Tatamy, good looking with the $2 holla. Appreciate you. Aaron Moses, once again, good looking with the $10 holla. Slide in DamnHomie DM and comments and let's get that interview. Nah, I ain't gonna do all that, man. I ain't gonna do all that. Now, yeah, I can't do that. It ain't in the cards, man. Lojo, good looking with the $2 holla. What did you think of Kendrick's NFL halftime show? Man, that shit was hard, and whoever said it wasn't hard, they just some Drake loyalists or just some downright haters, man. Kendrick, his halftime show is up there. Top 10 for sure. I even say probably top 5. He probably top 5 for halftime shows, man. Yeah, Kendrick, his halftime show was hard, man. I know a lot of people was hating on him about that halftime show, but I think he delivered above and beyond, man. That halftime show was hard. Freeze, would you ever do an interview? Would you talking about an interview with DamnHomie? Them bell bottoms wasn't hard though. Hey man, that's that's the style nowadays, man. Who am I to judge, man? Yeah, they ain't no pants that I would wear. But hey, that's the fashion nowadays. People doing it. Right, Michael Jackson's still #1 halftime show, and he had the first halftime show. See, a lot of people don't understand why halftime shows even became a thing, because the year before Michael Jackson did the first halftime show, during halftime, they didn't really have like a big, celebrity performer. I think they would just do like a marching band or some shit. It wasn't, the halftime shows wasn't real eventful back before Michael Jackson did it. But what made them have Michael Jackson do the halftime show was because a year before In Living Color had they stole the show. You know what I mean? Like they waited for halftime to come on, and then they did a dope ass, episode of In Living Color, and that made the NFL the Super Bowl ratings go down. So they was like, we not doing that no more. We gonna make sure that we keep people entertained the entire time, during the game, during the halftime show, and after the halftime show. So yeah, thanks to In Living Color for the halftime show, and thanks to Michael Jackson for setting the precedent with the halftime show being dope. You did. Right, Selena's halftime show was dope too. Yeah, Kendrick is up there though, man. Like I say, top 10 for sure. Yeah, Prince halftime show, he killed it. Right, Prince Prince halftime show was cold. But let me see. But yeah, man, we gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up. Y'all already know, man, as always, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate you for sharing this video. I appreciate all the comments, questions, jokes, input, feedback, all that good stuff. I appreciate you subscribing. I appreciate you hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freeze is it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.